So, I got home at around 11 p.m. Late night at the office turned into an even later night at the bar. About 4 drinks deep at this point, and I'm tired. Just about ready to fall asleep as I stumble through the doorway. I lay down on the couch and reach for my bag of joints and spark one up as I pull YouTube up on my laptop. I'm in the middle of watching some luxury cruise tour, close to passing out when I hear the front door open. I sit up and turn my head slightly, just enough to see my roommate coming in. He hangs his jacket in the closet and doesn't say anything, and walks slowly to his room, which is normal enough. I'd been living with him for about 3 months, long enough for me to pick up on most of his tendencies. The guy really doesn't talk unless spoken to, which was far from a problem for me. He also generally kept things clean on his end, never causing much in the way of problems. I really couldn't complain. So I go back to watching YouTube, and about 5 minutes later, I hear the shower in his room turning on. Once again, nothing strange. At this point, I'm watching bare-knuckle boxing highlights with my eyes half open, maybe 1 or 2 minutes away from passing out. I remember waking up in darkness, my head hurting, my throat dry as hell. I sat up slowly, waiting for the grogginess to settle into something manageable. Once it did, I grabbed my phone and checked the time. Around 3:30 a.m. from what I remember. I was starving, and so I got up, began walking towards the fridge. And then I noticed it. A soft but ever-present noise in the background. It took me a few seconds to really recognize what it was. The shower. Suddenly, the events of last night began replaying in my head. Drinking at the bar, Ubering home, laptop, couch, my roommate coming home, the shower turning on. I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he went to bed and forgot to turn it off. I shook my head. There's no way that happened, I thought. Maybe he slipped and fell. Realizing the implications of this, I rushed towards his room, but found his bathroom door locked. I began pounding on it. "Hey, man, you alright?" No response. I considered kicking the door down, but decided to call 911 before I did that. I took my phone out, preparing to dial, when I noticed that I had an unread text. One from my roommate. "Hey man, I couldn't sleep, so I went over to my girlfriend's place. Not sure when I'll be back. Sent 2 hours ago." I look at the bathroom door, then back down at my phone. Everything about this was wrong. First of all, my roommate barely texts me, and certainly never to tell me that he's going out. Second of all, I know for a fact that he's single, and has been for a while. And third of all, who the fuck was in the shower then? I tried calling him. No answer. Sent him some texts, but no response. I walked over to his desk and saw that his keys and wallet were still beside his laptop. My head's starting to spin at this point, and I get out of there, go back into the living room, and turn on the lights. I'm pacing around in a circle, trying to follow the plot while also trying to ignore the shower, a noise that I never could have imagined being so dreadful in any context. Some time later, I hear something vibrating on the kitchen counter. I move towards it and see that it's a phone. My roommate's phone. The panic begins setting in, and immediately, I grab my keys and run out of the apartment. I make my way down the hall and take the stairs down to the lobby, but even that doesn't seem far enough away, and so I make my way over to the McDonald's across the street. I sit there for a while, considering calling the cops, but for some reason feeling too nervous to do so. But even though there's hardly anybody in there, the place begins to feel suffocating, and I decide to leave, walking back out onto the empty streets. Almost immediately, I get this feeling that I'm being watched, and I feel my gaze drifting up and towards the apartment. Soon, I'm looking at my balcony, and I see someone standing there. A dark figure stood completely straight, stiff to the point where it nearly resembles a mannequin. But it isn't one. If I look closely, I can see it just slightly swaying. I froze in place, my mind hardly able to understand or accept what I was seeing. It's not my roommate. It's too tall. In fact, it's too tall to be anybody I know, its head nearly scraping the bottom of the balcony above. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out any of its details. The darkness and distance may have been enough to explain that away, but there was something about it that drove me towards a different conclusion. That this thing simply possessed no details that could have been observed. That the only element of its composition was that of unadulterated darkness. Of course, my gut instinct was to get the hell away from it, but the voice in my head was telling me that if I were to try and run, this thing would end up following me. I went back into the McDonald's instead, locking myself in the bathroom as I finally dialed 911. I told the operator that somebody had broken into my place, but that I had gotten out of there without them noticing, but that they were still in there. It was the story that most accurately represented the situation, without making me come across as batshit. The operator told me that they'd be sending somebody over, for me to hang tight. I left the bathroom, waiting at the table closest to the exit, until I could see the red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. I went outside to meet the cops, looking up at the balcony to find it empty, though the door to the living room had been left open. They pelted me with a bunch of questions that I found difficult to answer. Is the intruder armed? Do I have any idea who it might be? What are their intentions? I told them I don't know, that I couldn't figure it out, but they just kept on asking. Soon, I was practically yelling at them to go up there and check it out for themselves, and I suppose the terror in my voice was enough for them to begin taking this seriously. They told me to wait by the entrance, and I watched on as they entered the building, I was out there for a long time, growing increasingly anxious at the thought of what they were going to tell me when they came down. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by a single, muffled gunshot. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I continued to wait there, unsure of what to do otherwise. 20 more minutes of silence, and the officers still hadn't come down. Soon I could hear more of them approaching in the distance. Before I knew it, 4 more cop cars had pulled up around me, and the scene had fallen into chaos. Officers shouting over each other and into their radios, more questions being hurled my way, none of which I was able to answer. The next few sequences were mostly a blur, but I remember the building being evacuated, the tenants frightened and confused as they were ushered outside, while the officers became more and more frantic. I remembered hearing more scattered gunshots, some screaming, other noises that were difficult to make sense of. There were a few lapses in my memory after that, but I recall being pushed into the back of a police car. After being driven to the station, I was led into one of the interrogation rooms, where I found 2 nondescript men in suits, waiting for me. They didn't introduce themselves, and immediately went into a series of questions, each one more bizarre than the last. What company was your roommate employed by? What was the nature of his job? How many different people have been inside your apartment since your roommate moved in? Have you ever heard voices inside the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? Voices that did not belong to your roommate? Have you ever seen a circle of people standing outside of the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? People that were exceptionally tall? And one of the most unsettling ones. Have you ever seen somebody standing at the foot of your bed upon waking up between the hours of midnight to 3 a.m., only for them to disappear moments later? If so, do you remember what they looked like? Any distinct features? As they continued probing me, my mind began conjuring up some of the strange shit that had happened after my roommate had moved in. Shit that I had written off as figments of my imagination, simply because I had no other explanation for them. I did hear the voices, always coming from the room next to mine, where my roommate slept. I was always so tired when I heard them, but I do remember it either sounding like a young woman or a man with an extremely deep voice. I could never make out any words. It always sounded like gibberish. And then there was that one time where I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Still half asleep, I didn't bother turning the lights on as I entered. But as my eyes began adjusting to the dark, I could have sworn that somebody was already sitting on the toilet. Somebody extremely tall. Of course, when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. It was easy to chalk it up as a product of late-night drowsiness at the time, and I had never really thought about it since. After doing my best to give them useful information, the suits spent a good few minutes taking notes on their phones. Once they were done, they sat up quickly, told me that they'd be in touch before leaving the room. A cop came in a few minutes later and told me that since I couldn't return to the apartment, they would set me up in a nearby hotel until they were able to get the situation under control. and that I should stay put until they gave me a call. "What happened?" I asked him. "What did you guys find up there?" He stared at me for a long time, not as if he were deep in thought, but as if he held deep aversion for what he was considering telling me. Eventually, he just shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I mean, I really don't know." I nodded, tried to smile, though I'm sure it didn't come across very well. It's the next day now, and I'm in the hotel. Of course, I couldn't sleep. Couldn't really eat. The officer hasn't called me yet. When I try searching up information about the evacuation on the internet, all I can find are articles claiming that it was due to a fire. A fucking fire. Update. I fell asleep, and I just woke up. It's 1 a.m. now, and I can hear the shower running. When I walked into our house, I was expecting Mum to be there with a frozen bag of peas. She knew the drill. It wasn't my first fight at Round Valley Middle School, but I knew it would be my last. By Monday, every locker, classroom, and lost pair of sweatpants would be under 200 feet of water. But Mum wasn't there. The house was quiet. "Mum?" I said. It was 1 p.m., 3 hours earlier than I normally got home. Dad was usually in his office on a work call with Mum in the kitchen, working on her next strange project. For the last few weeks, it had been pickling carrots. When I walked toward the kitchen, I saw a note on the counter. "Billy, went into town to finalize some things. Be home around 5. P.S. Don't let anyone inside the house, even if you know them. Love, Mum and Dad." I crumpled up the paper and threw it in the trash. Then I went to the freezer for my peas. The boy who punched me was an old friend of mine, although we hadn't been friends for a few weeks. Ever since the town decided to forego our land and turn it into a reservoir, the energy at school shifted. In a way, it felt like our lives were ending, even though the mayor said we were simply moving up the hill. Apparently, reservoirs were good for generating power and would help fund the town's longevity, blah blah blah. When I told Dad about that, he simply nodded, then changed the subject. "Whatever they tell you," he said, then started taping up another box. I didn't really understand it. All I did understand was that everything I ever knew would soon be gone. I opened the freezer and pulled out the peas. As I pressed them onto my face, the pain intensified. He got a really good shot on me this time. The fight happened during math class. The teacher scribbled some numbers on the board, then called on me to say what they equaled. I made up a number. 54, I said. The class laughed. My face felt hot. No, she said. Sometimes something will take the place of something else, like a symbol taking the place of a number. In this case, the answer is X. More laughter. Don't worry, Billy, my old friend said, turning to face me. The monster isn't going to feed on stupid people. When I opened my eyes again, I was on the ground, collapsed between the overturned chairs. He was underneath me, his face covered in blood. People started screaming. I didn't know what I was doing, but I felt better. Then he managed to get a fist free and hit me in the eye. I fell back. The teacher pulled me off him. Then, an hour later, I was suspended. They didn't even bother calling my mum this time. The principal told me to walk home. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, the cold offering relief as my thoughts did the opposite. I hated being the problem child. I wished I could be more like my sister, even though I kind of hated her. Then, as if she heard me, the door opened. I turned to look. "Shouldn't you be at school?" she asked. My sister was standing in the doorway, her arms crossed. "Bailey?" I could just about make her out, my good eye decoding the shapes. "What happened to your eye?" she asked. "What happened to your boarding school?" I asked, mimicking her tone. "I took the bus in," she said. "I wanted to spend one more night at the house before they drown us." I sat down at the kitchen table and took the peas off. My whole face was getting numb. Bailey sat down across from me. It was strange that she had come back. Her school was 2 hours away by bus. She wasn't supposed to be back home until the holidays. "So?" she said, pointing at my face. "Your eye." "It was nothing," I said. "Is someone bullying you?" "No," I whined. "Just stop." She raised her hand in surrender. "Okay, fine," she said. "I'm not trying to make you upset." She looked different today. It had been the longest time we'd ever been apart. I didn't realize how much a face could change in just a few weeks. "Mum and Dad are going to be so mad that you're skipping boarding school," I said. "I got permission," she said. "My teachers thought the Reservoir was a mean thing to do to our town." I shrugged, hating that I agreed with her. It wasn't fair that we had to move just because some energy company wanted to build the Reservoir. Plus, this whole situation led to a bunch of silly rumors. According to the boys at my lunch table, there was some creature living in the woods, and the water was a way to wash it out. In the last few weeks, a few dogs turned up dead, along with an old woman in her home. According to some eyewitness accounts, aka drunks, different townspeople had been wandering down Main Street on the night of each attack. Apparently, their mouths were covered in blood. Then, the next day, those same people would be walking around town like nothing happened. Johnny from school said it might be a skinwalker. I said to Mum a few nights after they announced the Reservoir. The three of us were around the dinner table, Bailey already off to boarding school. "That's silly," Mum said. I think you should switch lunch tables. Dad went on to say that monsters weren't real. The dogs got attacked by a bear. The old woman fell down her stairs. The rumors were just rumors. I was thinking about those rumors as Bailey leaned forward. She brought her voice to a whisper. Do you believe them? She asked. Do I believe what? Those rumors, she said. I shook my head. The punch must have knocked a few screws loose. Was I saying that out loud? I asked. Bailey shrugged. I wouldn't call it a monster, she said, then smiled. Maybe it's just hungry. I looked at her for a moment. She was always correcting me, like everything I said was the stupidest thing she'd ever heard. It wasn't enough that she was the pretty one too. She had bleach blonde hair, blue eyes and freckles, while I got left with black hair and dirt eyes. Our whole lives, people would stop us on the street and say how cute she was, how she should model or date their sons. I figured I would at least get the brains, but she got that too. She excelled so much at school that the boarding school across the state reached out to us to see if Mum and Dad would send her there, free of charge. I asked if I could go too, and my parents said they could never afford that. So, I was stuck at the school down the road with the peeling paint and the cockroaches. Tell me about this new school, she said. Where's it going to be? Just up the hill, I said. It's all the same though. Same teachers, students, bullshit. Bailey smiled, then stood up. She went to the kitchen and grabbed an apple. She pulled a small knife out of the knife block and sliced a piece off. Change can be good, she said, sliding the cut apple into her mouth. She smiled as she chewed, bits of apple flying out and onto the table. She was normally such a prim and proper eater. It was strange to see her so ravenous. Within a few seconds, she took the knife and sliced off another piece, then slid it into her nasty apple-filled mouth. I don't want things to change, I said. Before I knew what was happening, the apple was gone. No core, no stems. It had disappeared. Did you eat the... By the way, she said, her mouth empty again. When do our parents get home? I paused for a moment, inspecting her. I had never done any drugs, but maybe she had started to do them. I knew it made people a little weird, and she was definitely being a little weird, if not a lot weird. Soon, I said. They'll be home soon. Bailey nodded, then glided the knife across her fingertips, pressing down on the skin just enough so it didn't break. It looked like she got some kind of pleasure from the pain. Are you okay? I asked. Bailey nodded, but wouldn't look at me. She looked preoccupied by something. There's barely any trees up that hill, she said. I kept staring at her. She pushed the blade too hard and sliced her thumb. no blood came out. "Bailey," I said, "you just cut yourself." "It's not good up the hill," she whispered, shaking her head. "The valley was perfect." My muscles tightened. I kept looking at her, scanning for cracks. This was Bailey. It looked like her, smelled like her, talked like her. But something was off. A cold wind coming up from the cellar. I knew I wasn't smart or good-looking or charming. But if there was anything I did have, it was intuition. I knew which crop seasons would be good or bad. I knew when it was going to rain a few hours before. I knew if Mum or Dad were upset by something. When I felt something, it took over all of my senses. And I definitely felt something here. I stood up from the chair and took a step back. Now, Bailey's eyes locked onto me. She held the knife in her hand and stepped toward me. "You look frightened," she said. I couldn't talk. My spit dried up. "Don't be frightened," she said. "Tight muscles aren't good for meat." I covered my face as Bailey leapt towards me. Before it all went dark, I could see her features melt away, like wax dripping down from a candle. Her blonde hair turned to straw grass. Her eyes twisted to something small and beady, like mouse eyes. Her skin wrinkled, then glowed soft and red. She made a sound like an eagle on fire. It filled my head instantly, ravaging my thoughts. As her hands gripped my shoulders, I flew back into the wall, slamming my head on a picture frame. Her breath was hot and rancid, like summer pond scum. Then, I heard another sound. The screen door flew open. She jumped off me, and I listened as her claws tapped across on the hardwood. I opened my eyes. Bailey, or whatever she was gone. Mum and Dad were standing in the doorway. They ran over to me and lifted me up. Dad looked around, the colour stripped from his face. Mum looked like she was going to vomit. "Was it here?" Dad asked. I still couldn't speak. "We don't need to finish packing," Mum said. "Let's just go. We can buy new things." "But, Bailey," I finally said. "We'll call her at the hotel," Dad said, then lifted me on my feet and pushed me out the door. A moment later, we were in the car. I kept looking out the window, waiting to see her again. Then, in the distance, I noticed something. In the cornfield next to our house, a few rows of crop were flattened, the stalks around them shaking. The hotel was full of people from the town, like some kind of refugee camp. I even saw my old friend who I punched. When we locked eyes, we nodded to one another, like the whole encounter had created some kind of respect between us. When the shaking in my hands finally went down, I took a shower and got ready for bed. As I laid there on the stiff motel mattress, I listened as Mum tried and failed to call Bailey's school. By the third attempt, my heart sank. Mum looked worried too. Then, miraculously, I heard her voice.
"Sorry,"
I heard through the phone.
"I was at the library. Big exam coming up."
Mum continued on with the conversation, her worry melting away. Meanwhile, Dad came over and sat on the bed next to me. He put his hand on my knee and looked at me. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, then shook my head. "Sure," I said. "Maybe. I don't know." "Maybe is good," he said. As Mum went on asking her standard check-in questions, I could hear Dad's breathing pick up. He was normally a rock. Now, he looked like a scared child. I looked up at him. "What was that thing?" I whispered. Dad looked at me, then shook his head. "Just get some rest," he said. "The waters will be here soon." I know that immoral doesn't quite cover it. It isn't as though I awoke one morning and decided that was the Thursday I was going to roll out of bed and become a piece of shit. I didn't pull on last year's trainers and make a pact with myself that my bank balance would triple because I was going to become a ghost-hunting scam artist, greasing my endless lies with snake oil. But it doesn't matter. Not really. Karma came for me in a big way, and it was deserved. We gained a bit of a niche following online. Nothing to write home about, but we made our money from donations and, of course, the cold hard cash from the people we sucked the life out of. I won't bore with the fine details, but we ghostbusted 19 homes before we reached the Whistlebuys. With each home, we bought more equipment to really add credence to the whole Wraith Wrangler thing. We turned creaky floorboards into demons, water tank leaks into internet views. It was fun. Until it wasn't. I'd never met a family quite like them. The others. They were young couples afraid of whistling wind, old singles desperate for validation that their home wasn't heavy with the weight of vengeful spirits. It was easy. Muscle memory. But the Whistlebuys. God, they were terrified. Young parents and 2 children with their family dog, cowering in the corner when we set up for our bullshit interview. The daughter, she was so pale she seemed to sink into the walls behind her, face gaunt and eyes haunted. It was her we latched onto as we probed, stifling excited smirks with our palms. "He never leaves," she whispered, staring through us as if we weren't really there. If her eyes glimmered once, they certainly didn't now. Lost and soulless as she gazed into the abyss. It was Adam who managed to coax the words from her lips, voice soft as he gently probed. "Who is he?" We have plenty of equipment here to find him in whatever corner he's hiding. We just need to know as much as you can tell us." A wry smile made its way onto her lips as she finally looked at Adam, voice low and deliberate. "You don't need to find him. You'll know where he is. I promise. He walks on the ceiling and crawls down the walls. He'll find you." The young girl's mum spoke suddenly, eyes full of tears. "She didn't used to speak this way," she breathed, gaze darting around the room. "She's so tired. So tired. She doesn't sleep anymore. It doesn't let her." Jonah stood up then, grinning as he clutched his camera for dear life. "Ma'am, don't you worry for a second. You're in the right hands. We'll find out what your visitor wants, and we'll cast him right out of here. You have my word." His word meant nothing, but they didn't need to know that. The fear in their aura was palpable. It was as if they had their own pulsing circle of gravity, sucking the life right from the room. Their dread did something foreign to me. It made me nervous. In all the nighttime giggling and masquerading in people's homes, I'd never been scared. To do this job was to know that ghosts were as real as fairies and whimsical tales. It was to laugh at the notion. But during that interview, I wasn't laughing. The girl's eyes were black holes, and they looked like they'd sucked her soul out long ago. So, with the image of those eyes burned into my retinas, we did what we did best. 11 p.m. rolled around, and with the family booked into a hotel, it was showtime. "Show yourself, demon!" Jonah lunged through the front door as nighttime blanketed the house in darkness, hauling our masses of equipment through. We didn't need any of it, obviously, but it made people feel as though we were legitimately expelling ghosts from their homes with the flick of a battered crucifix. Adam rolled his eyes, glancing down at the EMF reader in his hand. "Bro, come on. Did you see how scared that girl was? I feel a little bad." "Shit, she was creepy." Jonah chomped on his gum, leaving muddy boot stains as he clambered up on the sofa to stick his camera to the wall. "He walks on the ceiling. Huh. Dude must have the mother of all headaches." I stayed quiet, chewing my lip as I set up our audio equipment and eyed the tired-looking lump of plastic. "The older it looks, the more authentic it appears," Jonah had assured me. And sure, I supposed it did look like it belonged in a 1998 horror game. But it was pretty shit. Not that we'd ever picked up anything on it before. There was the great scare of House 12, when the fridge appeared to hum a lifting tune. But it was just super broken. "Right." Jonah jumped downwards, nearly knocking over the coffee table. "Plan is, Megan Donovan is leaving the house party you guys didn't want to go to at like 2 a.m. I say we wrap up here by 1 a.m. Swing by the party, and I'll be her shoulder to cry on, because her douchebag boyfriend was a dick again all night." Adam scowled as Jonah cackled, but I stayed mute, casting my eyes around the room. I couldn't deny this place felt different, somehow. Even with all the lights dancing across the house, there sat an empty, tepid coldness that seemed to seep through the walls. There was no warmth here, no safety. Loving family photos littered the room, but somehow it felt barren, wrong.
I'm down to do this quickly, at least,
Adam muttered, eyes darting around nervously.
You guys feel that?
Place feels haunted? I finished for him, rolling my eyes at Jonah's guffaws.
Alright, if you're both gonna be pussies, I'll get started.
He stared ominously into our main camera, placed across the room, red light blinking towards the sofa we were sitting on.
It's time, everyone. As always, first, we'll try to contact the ghost, and see if we pick up anything on the microphone or the EMF.
Clearing his throat, Adam stole a glance at me.
Okay. We're here in your domain, Ghost.
He tried to project, but I heard the slight crack in his voice.
We're here to find out what you want, why you haunt this family. We're here to set you free.
I counted down from 6, bulging my eyes as I shrieked, throwing myself backwards. No way, I bellowed, pointing off camera. There's no way. And we did the usual scramble, all of us claiming we saw a photo frame go flying, switching to shaky hand cam footage as Jonah retrieved it from the floor we laid it on earlier. It was rehearsed, but something just felt different. It's hard to describe, but I couldn't shake the feeling a pair of eyes were locked onto me, a horrid gaze burning into my back. The feeling amplified as we pulled out the trusty Ouija board only moments later, laying it on the table and pushing it into frame. I scratched at my arms nervously, trying not to stare at the shadows that seemed to be consuming the room.
All right,
Jonah muttered, placing his finger on the planchette.
I ask its name. We give it something creepy like Maurice. I'll move it. You guys just stay still.
Feel free to run the show on this one, I offered, goosebumps erupting over my skin. Had it gotten colder in here? Adam certainly thought so, as he hugged his hoodie tighter, shaking something off as he placed his finger on the planchette with us. The dread was otherworldly, beginning to creep across my skin and begging me to stop.
Spirit,
Jonah demanded, dramatically eyeing each corner of the room.
Make yourself known to us. Show us. Communicate with us. I want to ask what name gives you your power. What is your name, Ghost?
He waited a fairly believable amount of time before the planchette slowly began to move towards M. But I knew my heart wasn't in my lackluster reaction. Jonah would yell at me later, claiming I ruined the entire Ouija shot, but I swore I could see something in my peripheral. Just out of view, staring at me. I didn't turn my head, didn't dare. Instead, I gritted my teeth and focused on the board, letting my jaw drop dramatically. M-A-U-R-I. And just like that, the planchette halted. Painfully, almost. Jonah scowled, head snapping to us. Really? Dude, I was nearly finished. You stopped, I argued, wondering if it was a blanket on the bookshelf or a crumpled up man staring dead-eyed at me, as I was beginning to suspect it was. Just do it again, Adam grumbled, and it wasn't usually like this. We didn't fight. We didn't bite. The house felt as though it was draining the life from us. The joy. I felt physically tired, as though even being here was soul-sucking. But, as I told myself, ghosts were not real. We were not real. We were opportunistic bastards, and we were leaving at 1 a.m. The planchette moved to M with ease again, and we forced our shock, but with less enthusiasm this time. It seemed even Jonah was struggling now, eyebrows knitted together tensely. M-A-U-R-I-C. And it stopped again. But this time it jerked to the left, causing a gasp to leave Adam's lips. Jonah, for fuck, what is your problem? Jonah cried, looking between us as though we were crazy. Ever since we got in here, you've been acting like a couple of little girls. I swear to God, if Megan... But his words died on his lips. Because, as we all scowled at one another, the planchette yanked our waiting fingers in the opposite direction, landing on a letter. B. Adam, for Christ, E. The planchette scraped horribly against the Ouija board, and I couldn't tear my eyes away, sitting between the chaos of my friends arguing as each blamed the other, neither paying enough attention to the board. I swallowed, trying to watch for a twitch of the muscles in their fingers, some indication of which one was fucking with us. E. But there was none. Their fingers were light, barely grazing the object jerking clumsily around the board. Adam met my eyes, trepidation lining his features. Listen, I just want to get this shit done and get out of here. If this is you. L. It isn't, I returned, voice lost in the sound of Jonah growling and wrenching up the planchette, launching it across the room till it hit the wall with a sickening crack. I could only stare in shock at my furious, panting friend, but Adam leapt upwards, throwing his arms out in question. You can't be serious, Jonah. For fuck's sake, what is wrong with you? And they argued, yelled, threw their arms around, ignored the room. But I couldn't ignore the room. I hadn't been able to ignore it from the second we'd stepped in here. The atmosphere wrapping around my throat from the very first second we'd dared. And they weren't seeing it. But I was. The blanket in the corner of the room, hanging limply from the figure underneath it. tall, impossibly tall, shrouded in shadow and with the fabric sagging off it horribly. "Shut up," I whispered to the boys next to me. But they didn't stop. They didn't stop as the blanket began to drag closer towards us. The sound of toenails scraping on the floor, echoing louder than even my friends. I could see the silhouette underneath it, the darkness that followed, the cold. But they didn't notice. Not until a screech sounded, sending our eyes all in the direction of the bleeping monstrosity. "Fuck," Adam cried, shaking his head at the EMF detector, which was flashing a bloody red color and wailing to attention. I was only distracted momentarily from the carnage, turning around in time to feel a horrid whoosh of air as the blanket fell into a crumpled heap a mere inch from my nose, dropping to my feet. The air was sucked from my lungs as I tumbled backwards, collapsing on the sofa and gasping instead of forming words. Adam looked upon me with concern, but Jonah was done. "Nah," he growled, wincing at the wail on the EMF machine. "Listen, I'm not doing this all over again. Come here. Let's do something with this godforsaken thing. Grab it. Wave it around. Just fucking get up." My eyes were still darting around the room, and only pulled from their trance as a buzzing fly landed on my hand, narrowly avoiding death with the flick of my shaking finger. It woke me up, my voice sounding more strained than I would have liked. "Are you hearing that? It's detecting something, Jonah. I swear to God, I saw faulty microwave, shitty electrics, I don't know." His voice raised threateningly. "Seriously, stop. Let's leave the room and run in. We'll act shocked about the EMF. We'll walk around a bit, and then we're going. I'm sick to death of the both of you." I should have argued. Obviously, I should have argued. But I can't describe the way I felt in that moment. It was as though my fear gave way to denial so quickly that I was already calling myself crazy, reaching desperately for the idea that... No, I was seeing things, feeling things, as though I needed to prove to myself that I was crazy, and the horrors my mind was conjuring simply couldn't exist. So, I stayed. I stayed as the three of us trudged out of the living room, as we all pulled our clothes tighter and ignored the ice seeping into our skin. I ignored Adam squeezing my shoulder, a sentiment he'd never bothered with before. I ignored my thudding heart as we clutched our cameras, bursting into the living room in our most epic movie yet, ready to contort our faces in horror. But we didn't have to fake it. In the corner was our screaming EMF reader, blinking red as it had been for the last 5 minutes. But the problem was the endless claws wrapped around it, attached to a figure so tall its head brushed the ceiling and black eyes glared upon us. It swayed in the shadows, but I could see its arms, gaunt and as long as its legs, neck cracking awfully as it turned to look at us in an instant. A sick, dripping sound, just loud enough for us to hear. And to this day, I imagine it as thick, crimson blood falling from its fingers onto its dead, curled toes.
Holy shit,
Adam whispered. So I knew, in fact, I hadn't lost my mind. We ran, of course, scared idiots launching themselves backwards and tripping over everything, legs jelly as we bolted for the front door. I cursed myself for not leaving more quickly, begged for a time machine to have me believe my eyes the first time. We didn't make it. There in the hallway was our 1998 horror movie audio device. Except now it was crackling with a rasp sounding from it. Too deep and gravelly to be human. Layers of voices sounded at once, so distorted I could barely make them out.
I smell your blood.
It rasped, the voice touching me so closely I could practically feel it inside of me.
I'll suck it out of your veins and wear your skin.
And then, before there was time to react, every light bulb in the house smashed at once. I know, because I heard the shards hit the floor in every room. Cried out as pure darkness filled the space, leaving me with no idea where my friends were, and if they even existed anymore.
The door won't fucking open.
Adam screeched from my right, audibly jamming the handle.
It won't open.
Where's the crucifix? Jonah begged, and I could hear the tears in his voice. Adam, where? But now, it was only footsteps we heard. Not slow ones. Thudding, loud footsteps, gaining pace and getting louder and louder, till it sounded like something was running at us. But the sound didn't come from the floor. With the most gut-wrenching feeling of horror, I realized it was coming from the ceiling.
Oh my god.
Adam's voice was below me somewhere, because he'd fallen down into a heap of fear.
What the fuck is that? What is that?
It was deafening. All of it. The wailing EMF detector, the rasp of crackling audio threatening to break all of our bones at once, the footsteps slamming to a stop directly above my head, all leading to the moment I looked up. A silent tear disappearing in a slow trickle down my cheek. Its body was contorted horribly as it glowered down from the ceiling, neck cracked at an unnatural angle, with bones jutting out everywhere. Dead, black holes for eyes bored into mine, hell radiating from them in such a way that I was knocked to the floor by the sheer force of it. Rows of razor teeth were pulled back into a horrific grin, stretching much in the way its wings did as they grazed the ceiling. Reams of liquid trickling from them onto our heads. Hell staring from above me. My memory is hazy, and part of me thinks my brain tried to erase the trauma to give myself half a chance to go on with my life. I remember Jonah being lifted into the air with such a guttural wail that I've never heard a sound like it since. Remember the sound of his bones crackling as we ran, making straight for the living room. We threw furniture at the window and ignored the thud of Jonah's lifeless body being hurled at us, hitting the wall with a sick crack. I know we got out. I felt its eyes burning from behind me as our skin snagged on glass, as we sprinted into the hammering rain, screaming for any help we could find. When the paramedics came, most of Jonah's leg had already been eaten, the remains nowhere to be found. He woke up 6 days later, screaming bloody murder. Screams he kept up till he was sedated, only reducing to a whimpering wail the third time they woke him up. The bottom floor of the house was destroyed, along with everything in it. Our equipment crushed, all evidence of our horrors erased, other than the haunted look in Adam's eyes and the nightmares that still wake me up at 3 a.m. Wild animals tore the leg from an unconscious Jonah, the local police said. We were just idiots, holding a seance in a house, leaving the back door open to all manner of wildlife animals as we partied ourselves silly. At first, they thought we trashed the house, but the Whistlebuys assured the police that, no, it simply wasn't the case. This had happened before, they told them. We were just caught in the crossfire. They gave their statement that night, protested our innocence, then packed their bags. They never left. Their little girl went missing that night, right before they could flee. Her suitcase sat in her room, untouched, and that house became a sad legend on those streets, spoken about in hushed tones. I left town, but something inside it never left me. We don't speak of it, the three of us. We left, and when we meet, that night exists as the elephant in the room. Jonah's scarred stump, reminding us that we didn't imagine the entire thing as a collective fever dream. So I left, lived my life, started going to church, took up cricket. And when I hear the sound of thudding footsteps hammering along the ceiling of my hallway in the dead of night, I pull the covers over my head and pray to every god that may or may not exist, that I'll live another day. It takes such a long time to pick up all 104 crucifixes off the floor the next morning. But for the life of me, I'll never stop doing it. Well, I can't sleep, so I might as well tell you what happened, in case you like hearing about fucked up stuff. A few months back, a buddy of mine closed on a big house right on the outskirts of town. A multi-million-dollar affair, custom built in the 80s. We'd TP'd it for Halloween one year, back when we were both kids from broke families. Now my friend is rich and buying it as a second home. I do carpentry, so he called me to have a look around before he pulled the trigger. I walked around, inside and out, and told him everything seemed to be in ship-shape condition. Not even a hint of mold or rot, and the guts were all nicely oiled. The old guy who'd lived and croaked there, had kept up with every little detail.
"What about the room?"
asked Evan. I knew what he was talking about without further elaboration. There were 4 bedrooms and 4 baths, not counting a finished basement. A kitchen, living room, study, laundry room, a bunch of closets, etc., etc. Everything you'd expect to find in a house like that, all with the highest levels of finishes. And then there was that one weird-ass room. It was down at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. It seemed like maybe it was intended to be another bedroom, but once you went in there, you saw that it was tiled in white from floor to wall to ceiling. So then, maybe you thought it was supposed to be like a spa room or something like that. But there were no fixtures, or any place for fixtures. There was a single electrical outlet, and a single small hole in one of the tiles. Well, I don't know what the hell that's about, I admitted. Never saw anything quite like it.
"Yeah, it's bizarre. The guy's daughter said there was just like this machine in here, with a tube going into the wall. They got rid of it before they listed the house. I wonder what it was all about."
I shrugged. I can hardly keep up with shit these days. They've got refrigerators that you can watch TV on now. Next they'll have robots that sit submerged in your toilet and then pop up to wipe your ass when you're done shitting. So, who knows? Anyway, putting aside that crazy room, the place looks great. Literally nothing needs to be done. Unless you want new paint, cabinets, so forth. But honestly, everything looks tastefully done. It's a real turnkey house if you ask me.
"I agree. But that room just... I don't know. I'd want to do something with it. So put that on your radar, because I think I'm going to pull the trigger on this. And start brainstorming on what we can do with it."
The answer we came up with was to knock down a wall and open up one of the smaller bedrooms into a second master bedroom, adding a few windows along the way, since the room faced to the south. Working alone, I figured the project would take me a couple of months, and I liked these kind of projects, where I could settle in and not have to constantly go from job to job. Packing up my tools every day and getting acquainted with a whole new site with a whole new set of headaches. Still, my enthusiasm died on the first day of the job. There was just something goddamn creepy about that room, with all those clean white tiles covering every square inch. It felt like something you would see in an insane asylum, instead of a house where people lived. My first order of business was to get rid of those tiles. It took a couple days to peel them off and haul them outside. Then the room started to feel more like a construction site than an unfathomable mystery. I had something I could work with. Breaking through the wall to the adjoining bedroom would happen near the end of the project, so we could keep dust from spreading around the house as long as possible. Well, before that I had to tear off the old drywall, which wasn't worth salvaging after stripping the tiles, and take it down to the framing. Then cut new openings for the windows and get those installed. I'll never forget the day I started tearing off the drywall. For as long as I live, and no matter how drunk I get. I started with the exterior wall, where the windows would go. Getting started was always fun. You just take your hammer and smash it wildly into the wall, then start yanking. so that's what I did, pulling off chunks of sheetrock and tossing them onto the tarp in the middle of the room. I saw right away that the house was well insulated. Spray foam. That would make a bit of a hassle, adding outlets and whatnot. But it would save my buddy a hell of a lot in heating and cooling bills. Not that he was in rough shape financially. I guess I just got satisfaction from seeing a tight, well-built house. It was right around the middle of the exterior wall, behind the drywall, where I found the first indication of that room's previous purpose. There was a small tube there, pressed against the insulation, running up towards the ceiling. It was a clear tube, but stained dark inside. What the hell is that? I wondered. I'd never encountered anything quite like it. It looked like maybe someone had been running motor oil through it, or something like that. I didn't know. I figured the best way to get answers was to keep tearing the room apart. Soon I found a second tube. This one didn't have the brown coloring, but it did have a few droplets of clear liquid, beaded up along its length. I knew without doubt that I was going to find something terrible. I don't know how to explain it, other than pure animal instinct. But I had to know what it was. I ripped off another chunk of the wall. There, less than a foot away from my face, were 10 human toes, complete with long, gnarly yellow toenails. They were half buried in insulation, sort of poking out. I backed up and probably said something like, "Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ." Without realizing I had reached for it, I had my phone in my hand. Call the police. But then I hesitated. For some unspeakably stupid reason, I hesitated. I guess it was as simple as morbid curiosity. If I didn't peel back that wall myself, then I might never know what was really back there. It was a human body, obviously. But whose? And what were those tubes? If I handed it over to the cops, I'd be shut out of there while they did their work. They would take off the rest of the wall. Maybe they wouldn't tell the public what was back there for months, or years, or ever. I had to know. For whatever goddamn reason, or non-reason, I had to know. I wiggled another section of the drywall loose, gently now, trying to take as big a piece as I could intact. I got about half a sheet loose, 4 by 4. Now, I knew a lot more, or maybe a lot less. I took off my respirator and puked. It was a woman. I could figure that much. She was naked. I saw now where the tubes led. The stained one into her stomach, and the other one into her privates. Jesus fucking Christ. They were for toilet purposes. But what? I had my phone in my hand again. Then I dropped it, because I was shaking so bad. The tubes. There were beads of water still in one of them, which means she's alive, or was recently. I forgot the phone and frantically tore away the rest of the wall. It came apart in a mess of dust and small chunks, because I was in a frenzy. Finally, I made it up to her head. She had another tube stuck in her mouth, leading up towards the roof. Her flesh was sagging off her face, like it was sagging everywhere else, as if in a slow and desperate attempt to escape this world. Her eyes were wide open and milky white. She's dead, I thought. Then she blinked. And that, friends, is when I called the police and they took over. If you're wondering who the fuck that woman was and why she was in a wall, join the club. I'll tell you the rest of what I know, or at least what I think, for whatever good that'll do. First, the nitty-gritty. I think the poor woman was kept behind that wall for a long time. The tubes to carry her waste away probably ran down and joined the main sewer line. The tube leading outside, I figured this out by having a look around the house while the police were busy inside, hooked up to the gutter system. She drank when it rained. My best guess is that she was fed through that machine that the previous owner's daughter had removed. It must have ground up food and shot it through the tube going from the room into the wall, or something like that. I haven't spoken with the daughter, and don't intend to, but she almost certainly didn't know what the hell it was she had removed from the house. And if I'm right, that means the woman in the wall hadn't had any food in months, unless by some chance an ant had crawled down her throat. As for the man who'd owned the house before my friend bought it, he was just some guy. A well-off guy. A guy who owned several businesses around town, and was always a part of this and that event, and the Chamber of Commerce and all that. Outwardly, a very respectable citizen. But inwardly, a fucking demon. Assuming he was the one who put the woman in the wall. I don't even know that part of it. If he did, then he would have had to hook all of that stuff up himself. He would have had to at least put the drywall up, if not the tile. Plus, the woman was half encased in spray foam insulation, which isn't usually a DIY project. But I suppose if you're going to be evil and crazy enough to do something like that in the first place, a few days' worth of manual labor is the price you pay, even if you're rich. Anyway, he had to at least know about it, since, again, assuming I'm right about the machine, somebody had to keep feeding that woman, and it was his house. I dunno. I've been drinking and my mind is starting to creep down all of these alleyways. Starting to. Hell, I haven't stopped. It was a week ago I found the woman, and I guess I must have slept at some point since then. I just don't remember it. And now you have it too. I guess the only thing to say at this point is, if you're able to wake up each morning and not find yourself literally trapped inside of a wall with tubes coming in and out of you, then consider yourself lucky. That's the thing I'm telling myself, anyway. Thanks for listening. When someone you love just disappears, it messes with your entire life. For me, it was my 13-year-old brother, David. I loved my older brother so much, We were living in a small farm town in the Pennsylvania countryside. At that time, we were living in one of the oldest houses in town. Our house was built sometime in the late 1700s. On the night he went missing, I remember my parents weren't home that night, for whatever reason. But back in the 80s, it was considered okay to leave your kids home alone. Me and my brother were both sitting on the floor in the living room, listening to the radio broadcast. My brother had asked me to fill him a glass of Hawaiian punch. After I went to the kitchen and poured him a glass, he had completely vanished from the living room. I remember that exact moment as clear as day. I thought he was playing a trick on me. I played along, but when I searched every damn room in the house, not a hair was out of place. He couldn't have gone outside, because I was by the front door the whole time, and the windows were sealed shut since, by the previous owner. The basement door in the living room was wide open, the only place he could have gone. When I left to fill up his drink, it was shut. I was horrified of the basement as a kid, because there's no electricity down there, and it literally looked like a dungeon. I yelled his name from the top of the stairs countless times, but he never answered. Even though I was 11, that basement still scared me. I remember that night, sobbing uncontrollably, and when my parents finally pulled into the driveway the next morning, I was still in tears when I told them about David. Mum and Dad checked the whole house. I then told Dad about how the basement door was wide open, and when he walked down into the basement, I remember sitting on the couch next to the basement door, hoping my dad would walk back up with David. But when Dad walked up those stairs, his face had gone completely pale. In his hands were my brother's clothes from the night before. I can't describe how horrified I was. He dropped them onto the ground and walked upstairs to where Mum was. I then got on the ground and crawled toward the clothes. Exactly what my brother was wearing before he disappeared. I sorted through them. Everything he wore that night. Shirt, pants, underwear, socks. Everything stripped from him. I could hear my parents' voices from upstairs. My mother then came sprinting down the stairs and got on the phone with the police. My dad ran outside and into the field. When the police finally arrived, the entire police team thought he must have gone outside and got lost in the nearby forest. But I knew for a fact he was in that house. The police officers spent weeks searching the woods and fields near our house. The police checked the basement, but said there was nothing. They closed the case about a half-year later. The entire town assumed it was a kidnapping. I knew it was something to do with that basement, but I could never get myself to go down there. After his disappearance, life continued for our family. We turned David's bedroom into a guest room. I hated how my parents did that. It felt like they were trying to move on. I was unable to. Losing David was a huge damper over my entire family. Something that would hang over our heads, our entire lives, forever. Mum's way of coping with the grief was just erasing all memory of him. I hated her guts for that. Every time I looked at that basement door growing up, I could feel something behind it. I remember one day when I was 16, I was putting DVDs away in the living room. I was sitting a few feet away from that door, and I smelt something familiar. The smell was seeping through the cracks of the door. It was what my brother smelled like. I got up and nearly ripped that door off its hinges. I ran downstairs into the darkness. The entire basement smelled like David's old bedroom. It was pitch black, but I knew he was in there. I started screaming his name. I screamed his name for hours until Dad finally came down. Dad couldn't smell it. He thought I was insane. I remember I couldn't talk for weeks after that. Nowadays, the 30-year anniversary of David's disappearance is rolling around. I can say it's been a long 30 years without him. I'm now living alone an hour or so away from my childhood town. I had to get out of there as soon as possible. When I turned 18, I started looking towards apartments in town, and by my 20th birthday, I was out the door. My parents continue to live in that house. My mum developed stage 3 breast cancer about 3 years ago, and was forced into a group home closer to the hospital. My father was given the option to move with her and sell the home, but he decided to stay there and continue farming. My mother and father had a tough relationship ever since I left the house, so Dad didn't mind the quiet. Later on, my dad fell off his tractor and broke his knee, and is now unable to walk without a cane. He then moved in with Mum, then sold me the land for free, and insisted that I moved back into that house. I wanted nothing to do with that house. I had to pay taxes for the house on top of my own taxes. I then allowed tenants to move in. They were a young couple, late 20s. Of course, my stubborn old man was angry with me for letting a desperate couple live in the vacant house. They've been living in that house for almost a year now, and they called me up last week, complaining about a decaying smell coming from the basement. By that time, I had learned to adapt from David's death. I told them I'd check it out the next morning. That was the biggest mistake of my life. I woke up early the next morning and drove to the house. It felt odd driving back there. Those fields, it all felt so familiar. I tried not to think about how scared I was of that basement growing up. Fortunately, my dad finally added electricity down in the basement. I pulled into the driveway. They were both waiting outside for me. They said it smelled like something was rotting down there. I had everything I'd be needing: asbestos masks, medical gloves, eye protection. I worked as an air duct cleaner a few years ago, so I have some background knowledge. I walked into the house and headed for the basement door. I never seen what it actually looked like down there until now. I opened the door and could immediately smell it. Something was rotting in there. I turned on the light switch. Ahead of me was an empty room. It was small. Looked to be about 15 by 10 feet big. This basement had been haunting me for all these years. Seeing it with the lights on felt off. The walls were stone, except for one. One of the walls stood out. It was wood instead. The smell was clearly coming from the wood. It was rotting. I walked over and I thought the best idea would be just to tear the whole wall down. I started tearing pieces of rotten wood off of the walls. Light started to seep into the other side. There was a secret room in the basement. I stopped, and in front of me, I saw what looked like human flesh. I couldn't describe how horrified I was. I would rather go to hell than relive that terrible moment. I started smashing that wall with all the force in my body until it finally gave in. The creature in front of me, just the sight of it, made me want to claw my eyes out. It was in a fetal position. The skin wasn't pale. It was white, and it looked like the flesh had been melted to the bones. The fingernails and toenails stretched halfway across the room. The worst part was that it wasn't dead. It was breathing. It was alive. "David?" I said in a terrified voice. It slowly lifted its head and looked at me. The face looked completely mutated. But those eyes belonged to my brother. It tried to speak. It tried with everything in it. That thing was my brother. I had so many questions. How was he alive? What did he eat? How could he breathe? What the fuck happened? I kept the questions to myself. That was my brother in the basement. This whole time he's been in the fucking basement. I didn't say another word to him. I ran upstairs and out to my car. I opened up my glove box and grabbed my gun. By the time I got downstairs, David had stood up, dragging his long nails behind him. "Julian," he growled. I then shot him in the head. At the top of the stairs were the tenants, questioning the gunshot. They walked down the stairs to investigate. By the time I heard them scream, I was already out the door and backing out of their driveway. I didn't shoot David because I was scared of him. I shot him because of how awful the situation was. That was 2 days ago. I've been driving ever since. The only time I stopped was to fill my gas tank. I don't know where the hell I am. Last time I checked, it said I was in Kansas. I don't know what to do. Should I join David in the afterlife? Or should I try to move on? The most sickening thing is not knowing what happened. I mean, what the fuck happened? I keep asking myself. What the hell happened? I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno. Diner name has of course been changed for obvious reasons. More on that later. Why do I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno? Well, because, kind stranger, my life plans didn't work out. Generally, if you're caught working at a diner past college, specifically one in the middle of nowhere, it might mean that things aren't going so hot. But still, why this diner? Why Lone Star specifically? I'm aware you probably aren't actually asking these questions, but I, nonetheless, believe they deserve a response. Of all the diners in the world, what makes Lone Star so special is the pay. The pay is fucking great. There are maybe 10 other diners within a 30-minute drive from where I live. Most of them average out to a little over minimum wage. Meanwhile, Lone Star is whipping up a mean $50 per hour. And that hourly rate is due to one single, solitary reason, no matter what anyone tells you. Because of him. My first day on the job was fine, more or less. I'd worked customer service before, so I felt like I could run with the strange surprises that came unique to diners. I was able to adapt to the inconsistency of the rules pretty quickly. Unwritten rules like some areas in the restaurant need to be spotless at all times. Others, boss lady couldn't give less of a shit about. Serve customers quickly, but not too quickly, asshole. Customers here don't actually like it when you show up too fast. Give them some time to feel the floor under their boots, to miserably stare ahead, and mourn what could have been. You know, diner stuff. They're here because they want to be alone. Pardon the contradiction. Of course, vaguely defined, whispered only by ghosts rules, extended to the cooks as well. If you were, somehow, secretly celebrity chef Marco Pierre White, in the flesh, your mandate was to keep your damn prowess to yourself. Your job is to make the classics as decently as possible. Not bad, but not amazing. Just poor enough to be really good. That's what the customers are here for. As the weeks unfolded, I rose, or, I suppose, crouched to the occasion quite well. You want intentional, pinpoint precision mediocrity. You've come to the right person. Most of the patrons just wanted coffee and brunch, brought to them at medium speed, with a semi-predictable cadence of waiter or waitress check-ins afterwards. Done, done, and done. Not one for subtlety. One day I finally decided to ask my boss the question in the middle of a shift. I didn't want to ruin a good thing by doubting it, but fuck me if I wasn't a little curious. Not a full look at the gift horse's mouth, more of a skeptical side-eye. Why $50 an hour? She didn't even look up from her task at the register, methodically counting out bills. Said it on your first day. You gotta be good at following the rules. And when it's an important rule, you better be damn well perfect. High expectations here. I made a face. Right. High expectations. You think I'm joking? No, ma'am. I just... Why did I even speak up? I just think you're running a really cool operation here. Cooler than you might realize. It's still work, but the whole thing seems fair. Christ, my waffling skills were abysmal. Add that to the list of intentional mediocrity. Booyah. She looked up from her duties and shot me a stern look.
I don't run this ship, and following the rules here means that you take care of yourself.
I'm sorry?
I am your employer, sure, and I'll pay you well to be here, sure. But you should be aware, there is plenty more going on here than just you and this diner.
She glanced down at her watch, then sighed.
I usually save this speech for the end of the month, but you already caught me halfway through it. So, the Cole's notes. If you don't think you have it in you to follow instructions clearly, without protest, and without asking too many questions, then you should leave. Quit. No harm, no foul. A week's worth of pay on the house.
The conversation sputtered shortly after that. I tried to find an opening to ask more about what she meant, but she was closed off to the topic moving forward. And you know what? That was fine. If she wanted me to put my head down and just do the work, I could do that. And work I did. And things were good. Mundane small talk with the customers was fun. My co-workers were friendly. And I was getting paid well. I'd found a place to park the failures of my life. A place to build from. It must have been a Saturday, I think, when I noticed him. An occupied seat in the far corner of the diner. No idea how long he'd been sitting there and waiting, though he certainly looked patient. I had the strange inkling that he'd been left hanging for quite some time, though I couldn't actually remember seeing him enter. Brown corduroy shirt, short hair, mid-50s it seemed. A reasonably calm smile. Normal-looking dude. I started making my way out from the back and headed towards him. Immediately, I felt a tight grip on my arm. It was Melanie, my boss, with a forceful clutch, enough to make me drop my notepad. Her fingers tightened around my forearm, sharply pinching my skin.
Important rules,
she said. What?
You remember our chat about the rules? Well, this is the most important one. Okay?
Okay?
That man over there, in the corner.
She motioned to the man who had caught my attention, sitting upright, hands softly clasped together, a coy smile across his face.
You don't go up to him. You don't say a word to him.
But he's a customer. Her hold intensified. She was hurting me, almost as if she was taking out some sort of unseen anger on me.
I'd like to ask you right now to be smart enough to not ask questions and just follow instructions. You don't go to his table. You don't talk to him. You can look at him. You can shout across the room at him if you'd like, though I can't imagine why you would ever need to do that. But you do not approach him, and you do not take his order.
Or... A sharp exhale through the nose, a shake of the head, and a glare from my manager.
It's different every time, but it ain't pretty.
I watched him from the short distance I'd been afforded. It was hard not to. She did too. Unlike the other customers here, I didn't get a sense that he was here to be alone, to reminisce, or to take part in the comfort ritual of a lackluster Eggs Benedict over rye. Instead, I had the sense that he was just curious. Mild-mannered, content, but curious. My shift ended not too long after, so I didn't actually get a chance to watch him leave. Regardless, the experience of seeing him and learning about the role he was connected to left a bizarre, dampening feeling on my mood. I liked my job. I liked coming home and unwinding. I didn't mind being in the middle of nowhere. It felt nice to look up at the empty sky filled with stars, to see them shimmer and shine, and even occasionally shoot across. I made a wish that things in my life would stay simple. I started to get a sense of his cadence. He'd usually show up once a month. The rare times I got to see him, I'd try to squeak in the odd question to my boss. Questions like, who is he? Where does he come from? And has anybody spoken to him? All mechanically met with, I don't know, and if you're scared, you're welcome to quit. Then, as fate would have it, one day, Boss Lady fell incredibly ill. My co-workers and I had to convince her to go home midway through her shift. Her sickness falling, uncomfortably, within the usual 1 to 3 day window at the end of the month when our customer would typically appear. And, of course, there he was, right after she went home. To my benefit, the other waiters and waitresses working the rounds were well aware of his presence and knew exactly what to do whenever he arrived. All of them knew to steer clear of him. Nevertheless, driven by a foundational curiosity that I just couldn't shake, I used this opportunity to go for it. I shouted a single thing across the floor, knowing Melanie wasn't there to chide me. "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" I asked him. He turned his head from his fixed position in his seat and put a hand to his ear. Clever. I said, "What brings you here?" I called out again, a few notches louder this time, garnering some odd looks from our Thursday patrons. To my surprise, he spoke back. I'm not sure why I was expecting his voice to carry the tone of some twisted, demented demon. Maybe the fear Melanie had installed in me. The man sounded exactly how he looked.
"I'm sorry, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're saying. Can you come over here and ask me again?"
Nope. I was good.
"And I don't mean to be rude about the service,"
he continued,
"but it feels as if no one has taken my order for quite some time now."
I let the exchange end there, diverting my attention back to the other guests. As always, he'd eventually disappear without fanfare, without the clatter of the entrance bell, or any sight or sound of his steps across the diner floor. Our backroom conversations about him remaining dreadfully short while he was there. Just, he's here, and he's gone. And the odd, when we really needed to say it, I feel really weird about this. It took me a while to understand where my brazenness to address this strange middle-aged man came from. In truth, I was just afraid his presence and all the questions tied to his being at our diner were disrupting the otherwise great arrangement that I felt I had. It seemed right, in the moment, to stand at the very edge of my bravery and say something to him. Of course, now that he was gone, I just felt worse. The next week, I was invited to something pretty interesting at work. I generally have a good amount of visibility into what Melanie, boss lady, does on a daily basis. The only element that remained elusive was her bi-weekly check-in with a particularly sharp-dressed agent-looking fella. There was a pretty consistent presence of state troopers, agents, and similarly uniformed men and women dropping into the diner, though I seldom paid it mind beyond simply noticing it. Midway through wiping down the tables, only an hour or so into my shift, Mel swung by and said, "Hey, weren't you in the meeting with the big boss, if you have a few?" The big boss? Sure. Yeah, coming. Just, if you don't mind me asking, who is... She let her eyes speak her unwritten rules to me. Questions equals generally bad. Thank you for the reminder, ma'am. We maneuvered to a back room and sat at a table. Across from us, already seated, was a man in a sharply tailored suit, with a subtle earpiece in the aforementioned agent. The table was littered with a small, messy stack of notes, papers, and documents. He made it a point to size me up, staring me down, uninterrupted, like a deer to headlights. No concern at all about how awkward he was making it for me. Then he turned to Melanie. "How long she been here?" he asked her in his gruff western drawl. 6 months, she said. "You trust her?" "I trust her, yes." He let his eyebrows say, "If you say so," then went on with it.
"Alright. So, apparently you had a visit from the Wandering Man last week. You,"
he said, motioning to Melanie,
"were out. But you,"
attention now shifted to me,
"weren't. Give me the lowdown."
The Wandering Man? The agent caught the confusion in my eyes.
"Jesus, you told this girl nothing, have you?"
he said to Melanie.
"Sir, I know it sounds weird," she said, "but I personally feel as if the man is almost, I don't know, drawn to curiosity. Like, maybe the less I say to those not already in the know, the better."
"Wandering Man,"
the agent cut her off,
"is our nickname for the feller that sits in the corner of your fine little establishment. Or should I say, the state's fine little establishment."
"I'm sorry," I asked.
"Well, that's correct. The state's. Congratulations, ma'am. You're part of a government operation. The Wandering Man, not just a cutesy little nickname, but our legal definition of this tricky little problem, is a phenomena we discovered many years ago. At the time, He'd just walk the desert landscape, chatting up unsuspecting strangers with bizarre questions. Everything fine, all hunky-dory. A little weird, sure, but nothing illegal. However, sometimes things would happen because of him. Bizarre things. Grisly things.
I could see Melanie groaning, concerned at the picture being painted. Would this pique my curiosity? Have you guys, taken him in for... I almost wanted to cut off my own stupid question, but he ran with it.
Nope. Not because we don't want to, but rather because it might not be safe.
The cozy mental image I'd held of this diner was starting to fracture.
We have reason to believe that he's a visitor,
he said. From... I didn't attend another debrief after that. Not because I was barred, mind you. Rather, I just didn't want to know anymore. My gut no longer held curiosity. There was just a low, aching dread there now. The agents and troopers, spaced out and seated amongst the eatery, were now just a glaring reminder of what my dingy diner job really was. The government cavalry would mostly show up around the end-of-month window the wandering man was set to arrive in. When he'd appear, they wouldn't do much more than examine him from their distant tables, subtly scribbling notes into their notebooks. He'd always act the same. He would just sit there. He wouldn't give them, or us, the diner employees, much to go on. Speaking of employees, I remembered something Melanie told me after my first month of working here. That the worker turnover at this diner was incredibly high. Knowing at the time what everyone got paid, it made absolutely no sense to me. Now, 7 months into this gig, alongside a completely new set of cooks, waiters, and waitresses from where I'd first started, I'd seen firsthand just how true her statement was. None of the leavers claimed as much, but I'm sure the underlying premise of who the diner was really for became subconsciously clear to them during their time here. And it probably didn't sit all too well with them. I stayed, but not because of the pay. I'm not actually sure why I did. We had a new cast of rookie employees now, the ones who understood the vague terms of the situation, just as Melanie, I, and all former employees did, stuck around. Those who couldn't reconcile the situation with their inherent curiosity naturally filtered out. And then there was Malcolm. It was only his first week. Boy, was he a keener. Mega keener. He'd bulldozed through a giant list of tasks and was already asking for the next batch of work to chew through. Anything he could get ahead of, anything he could step in for, anything he could learn, he was on it. He wanted to be as helpful as humanly possible. I think the salary of the role, for a guy his young age, was just too alluring for him. For our part, Melanie and I tried our best to get him to pace himself. We were both giving the spiel now. By this point, we'd more or less perfected it. There are things about this diner that are strange. Rules you'll have to follow and not think about. Rules that are concrete, immutable, and non-negotiable. Like gravity. He nodded. At that moment, I really believed he was internalizing my words. And if that doesn't work for you, and if you don't think you can take care of yourself, then you shouldn't work here. I continued. There was always a visceral feeling in my stomach whenever I saw the wandering man in the corner during the same week that we were onboarding new staff. I'm sure Melanie felt it too. On those days, Mel and I would both work the till, and if we saw anyone coming out from the back, we'd stop them with a simple grab of the arm. Malcolm stepped out, and I did just that. A rough grasp of his forearm, just like Melanie had done to me when I'd first started. He recoiled in surprise. Remember that little chat about rules we just had? I said. He nodded meekly, as if he was already in trouble. I pointed to the man seated at the far table in the brown corduroy shirt, staring straight ahead, with, what I believed at the time, no real reason to be here. And I said, "You will not, under any conditions, serve that man. Don't go up to him. Don't talk to him. Pretend he doesn't exist." Malcolm lifted the garbage bag he was holding in his left hand. In my nervousness, I hadn't actually clocked what he was stepping out for. "Just doing garbage duty, ma'am," he said. "But, understood." And then he left out the front door with his usual swagger. The dumpster wasn't as close as we would have liked, so I appreciated his willingness to take on this duty so soon into his employment. I turned back to observe the wandering man. We had a crowd of agents in attendance that day, scattered about the restaurant. The man wasn't one to speak up often. Today was an interesting exception. "Officers," he said, "if you have any questions, feel free to join me at the table to ask them." The agents around the room reacted mainly with snickers. "Seriously, if you come sit with me, I'll be happy to spill it all. Truly." Even more laughs, but no one bit. And yet, he continued, pointedly. "I know you're curious. I know you take your notes. I know you talk about me. I know you built this establishment for me. I know you." As I reconciled the fact that this was the most words I'd ever heard him string together in succession, I heard the chime of the bell. A door had opened. Malcolm was dusting his hands as he entered through the diner's side door, a door which was situated right beside the table the wandering man was seated at. It all happened so fast, and yet it played out in front of me excruciatingly slowly, as if there was a moment, a single solitary second, where I could have stepped in. The wandering man dropped any pretext of an exchange with the agents, stopping his sentence midway and adopting a completely new demeanor. He played the role of a low, miserable, tired man and said, 30 visits. Terrible service every time," in a pathetic tone, just as Malcolm walked by. Malcolm instinctively plucked a notepad out from his chest pocket and turned his head to face the man. "Hey, I got you, Chief. I can have him ring something up for you. What are you—" And then Malcolm froze in place, and the wandering man's expression turned Cheshire cat wide. His neck alternated between tensing and fluttering with what seemed to be undeniable excitement. The man started getting up from the table, and then, immediately, both of them were gone. Malcolm and the Wanderer had vanished out of existence entirely. The insanity of the moment was interrupted by the coded language I heard blared over a megaphone. Nonsensical agent speak that has been seared into my memory forever.
"Alert level black. Wandering target has compromised a civilian. I repeat, civilian has been compromised."
And that was that. Melanie quit in the days after. She wasn't mad at me. She told me she always knew she'd leave after the 10th disappearance. Why that specific milestone was required, I have no clue. All I could do from that point was continue to work. On my commutes home, or during lunch breaks, I would look up at the stars and put out the wish that Malcolm be brought back home, back from wherever he'd been taken. The debrief with the agents brought me no solace. The exchange with them was simple and short. Where was he taken to? Answered with, "He's gone now." With a perpetual dagger in my soul now, I had only the smallest of silver linings, if you can even call it that. A lesson. The lesson that I needed to be even more watchful, even more diligent, and on days when the wandering man was visiting, the only server at the diner. No exceptions. I knew the agents weren't happy about that. None of them said it to me explicitly, but I could tell that they would learn something new about him every time he whisked someone away after a mistake was made. It was a weird Darwinian setup they had created. We were a zoo they could use to learn more about a specific animal, a specific entity, a specific visitor. No dice. They'd just have to watch him sit now, or wait for him to do something different. I waited for the 3-day stretch at the end of the month that he usually appears in. Things were quiet up until that point. When he finally showed up, it wasn't what I expected. For the first time ever, I saw the wandering man walk right through the front door. In the dead of night, at the tail end of my shift. I was at the till, paralyzed, as he took step after step to close the distance. And then, he was right there, standing in front of me. And I was sure, absolutely sure, that I was going to die.
"Don't worry. I have my own little set of rules I play by,"
he said. I didn't say a word. This was no man's land right now.
"I know you've been curious about me. I've admired it from the moment you first spoke up to address me. Cautious curiosity is a great thing to see in someone, especially in such a reckless species."
Please, just go.
"I'd like to answer a question about why I'm visiting." I'm sure you'd like to know why I'm here, right?
I'm not curious anymore. I swear I'm not. He laughed.
The answer is really painfully simple. This little game, this little charade I'm playing, it is just so unbelievably fun.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
You truly have a wonderful planet. I will return again soon. Promise. Give me a month, maybe 2 this time.
A sincere, kind smile delivered with kind eyes.
I'll come back with a new game.
And then he was gone. It took me a minute to realize that there was a cake box sitting on the counter beside me. Maybe it was there the whole time he was speaking to me. Maybe it materialized right after he left. I opened the box to find Malcolm's severed head, a blank expression on his face, sitting on a bed of poorly and confusingly organized flowers, almost as if there was an intention to create a floral arrangement, but no understanding of what something like that would look like. On top of the horrific display, written in almost childlike handwriting, was a note that read, "I brought him back, just like you wished." The worst thing about being trapped at a diner in the middle of nowhere is that you realize that there really is nowhere else to run to. Every single part of our planet is blanketed by stars, by open sky. Someone could drop in at any time. This is my last hope. This is my very last chance that someone, anyone, will see me. Please, don't leave me alone. I thought after 8 years, I would have gotten used to it. I thought after 12, I would have gotten used to it. As the years passed, I told myself over and over that this would be the year where I stopped whining. But that day where I finally accepted my fate would never come. How could it? It's hard to come to terms with not existing. So, hi. I'm an 18-year-old girl, and I have no name. Not that it would make much of a difference if I gave myself one. Nobody would ever say it. Not in reference to me, at least. The most I could do is stand around in some family's home and pretend like one of their names is my own. Pretending like I can be enveloped in the solace that they share with one another. The unbreakable bonds I can never form. Because for all intents and purposes, I don't exist. It took a while to come to terms with. Not that I've accepted it as permanent just yet. But I understand my predicament now far more than I ever could. I stated it simply before, and I don't mean it with the slightest exaggeration. I don't exist. The world itself denies my existence at every turn. I can't properly communicate just how much I don't want to live like this. Though even if I could, it's not like anyone could listen. But I don't have a way out. I tried to put an end to things, but the world didn't let me. The gun suddenly stopped responding to my fingers. The rope untied itself from the ceiling. I've never been sick, either. The world denies my existence, and so does everything living in it. So why wouldn't the smallest, most insignificant organisms do so as well? Viruses aren't exempt from the cold indifference of the world. I've heard people say that before, that the world is cold and uncaring, indifferent to their suffering, and they couldn't be more wrong. The world doesn't deny them their life. It doesn't deny them their very existence. It lets them interact with everything, with everyone. If they knew just how good they had it, they would be worshipping the universe for all of the attention and care it gave to them. I still wonder how I came to be in the first place. Of course, I wasn't born like any other person. I have no parents to speak of, and if I had been born normally, I doubt I would have ended up like this. The question then becomes, what am I? The first conclusion might be that I'm a ghost, and in a metaphorical sense, sure. But that's far from the truth, since the ghosts can't see me either. I enjoyed living like this for a while. I could take whatever I wanted, live any life I wished, and the universe would bend over backwards to accommodate whatever decision I made. But there was a caveat. I could live any life I wanted, but it would have to be a life of solitude. It didn't matter how much I took, how much I gave, how much I tried to manipulate the world to put me at its core. It would simply never allow that to happen. I decided to test it out one day. I walked alongside a man in a grocery store, and I figured that even if he didn't see me, I could get his attention somehow. So, I stuck my leg out to trip him. And to my surprise, it worked. I was so ecstatic that I had truly interacted with the world, until he got up, complaining about careless workers. And when I looked down to where I had tripped him up, there were a dozen or so soup cans spilled across the floor. I ran to catch up with him, and stuck my fist out in front of his face. But it was even more severe this time. The structure of the aisle shifted so that he was still walking in it, but I was several feet away. And nobody bat an eye. To them, it had always been like this. To them, there was zero oddity in this new world, because it wasn't new. The universe itself reshifted its structure to avoid acknowledging my impact. I began to suspect that it wasn't just cold indifference. It was hatred. Of course, it would never acknowledge me enough to tell me such a thing, but I believed it nonetheless. It seemed to be going out of its way to spite me personally, to make sure I could never have a place in it. What was so wrong with me then? Was I born wrong? Was I a defect in its eyes? Was my very existence so horrific that it went out of its way to deny every aspect? I didn't want to keep living like this. I couldn't. But I couldn't put a stop to it either. I wasn't allowed to. I made one last desperate attempt. I broke into someone's house. Well, more so slipped in, but that's besides the point. I took a knife from his kitchen drawer and pulled off his blanket when he was sleeping. And I took his arm in my grasp, and I carved into it. "Look at me." He woke up, looked at his arm, and screamed. He slowly raised his head up, and for a second, his eyes met mine. He wasn't just looking in my direction, he was looking directly at me. And then the world flashed for a moment, and it was gone. The letters I had delicately carved in were replaced with basic vertical slashes. I remember him yelling at his wife, who was screaming in return, both of them having no idea how the cuts manifested. I remembered looking out the window as he was wheeled away on a stretcher, the world worse off for my involvement. Maybe it did have a point then. Maybe it was right to forget me. But unfortunately, I couldn't forget myself. I remained firmly locked into my own fate, unable to change a thing besides ruining the lives of those around me. I tried to do nice things too, grabbing stuff from the stores and sitting it down by the homeless, cleaning up people's houses for them. But I noticed that those changes would either get erased entirely or turned into something bad. The food would be moldy or poisoned. The cleaning would have caused structural damage to the house. So I stopped getting involved entirely. Unfortunately, this doesn't have a happy ending. I pulled away entirely, trying to not let my presence make the world a worse place. I figured that maybe if I isolated myself enough, the world would reward me for my understanding by letting me die. That was naive. It remained uncaring to my suffering, unable or unwilling to grant me the slightest relief. But I had long since stopped aging, so I simply sat around. I couldn't possibly describe how mind-numbingly boring the passing of time was. I sat around for thousands, millions, billions. An indescribable number of years passed me by. Each life I saw insignificant, and every planet that died barely able to make me raise an eyebrow. I was almost disappointed that I didn't suffocate when the planet I had spent my early years on finally gave out. I had done my research, and I knew the end of the universe was approaching as well, and I eagerly awaited it at every moment. Perhaps, then, there would be an afterlife that I could partake in. But the afterlife was only for people, though. And as far as the universe was concerned, I didn't count as a person. The only upside of this was that I could outlive the concept that had made my life agony. I was honestly looking forward to when everything gave out and I could finally close my eyes and rest. Yet, even when the universe breathed its last breath, I would remain. The universe is an odd thing. I've seen so much in my practically infinite lifetime, yet never had anyone to share it with. The universe went through a whole cycle. I don't really know how to explain it, but it seems like we're on loop, destined to repeat every single event that happens. Maybe I'm destined to break that loop. So I had an idea. The whole world ignores my existence, but I don't think it can ignore this. Every key I push is real, whether or not it wants to believe me. I expected it to shift again, to ignore my inputs, but it seemed like it forgot about me. Guess my laying low did have a purpose. To be honest, I'm scared. I'm scared that this last idea of mine won't work, that it will cut me off before I can hit post. I don't want to live in a world where I don't exist anymore. Please, if you see this, talk to me. Acknowledge me. If this post actually gets out there, please, don't let me be forgotten. Can you hear me? Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." "That's a new one." "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." "Is that like a metaphor or something?" "No, my face is literally removable. Look closely." She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. "You can see the seam." After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you, and I want to take the next step. But this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes, got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave this thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed that it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid, or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood, and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that real beauty? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated, we moved in together, we decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her, no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me, or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know, I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody else's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur, and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. What's underneath? I don't know, man. I don't know. Doesn't that drive you crazy? Not knowing? I shrugged. Lots of stuff I don't know. I don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die. But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set up a camera in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know. I sighed. Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love. Chris laughed. You're telling me to respect a woman? Huh. Up is down now. Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard, deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. God damn it, I groaned. I have to make a work call. Seriously? Said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. On a Saturday night? My biggest client, baby. Sorry. It is what it is, I guess, said my wife. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out here for a bit? Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer. Got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. Don't come in, screamed Samantha. I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked. She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom. But I knew suddenly that would be a mistake. I knew that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards, out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now, he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call a fucking ambulance," my wife screamed. "Don't come in here. He fucking looked." I turned and ran back to the side yard, where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again. And what after that? I had no idea, and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please. Talk to me. Not on me. That one look at my fucking face makes people insane. Please. I just need some time alone. As for me, I'm doing my best to hold it all together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really. Ever since I was little, Death was a next-door neighbor. I mean, literally right next door. I could look out the window and see it. I could watch through my bedroom window as Mum walked towards it. Every day, she would wake up before the sun and make her brisk walk to work. It took me a long time to discover what she did, and even longer to understand it. She would pry bodies apart and put them back together, prettier than they were when they arrived. They arrive in dark vans, bruises all over their bodies, and they leave with eyeliner and makeup. That's where I learned that one can measure life in shades of purple, whether it be bruises or makeup. Measured, mind you, not defined. Naturally, that's where I saw my first body. I'd try to sneak in now and then, and I guess I was never successful. Mum always thwarted me. But eventually I just wore her down. It was too much being the mortician and the security guard. So, there he was. A fairly innocent death. He looked so normal, but just a little less. I always thought I would take after Mum, and for a while, I was on track to. I'm not even sure how I got so sidetracked. I enjoyed making Mum's job look nice. She always kept it so dour, and I had wanted to spruce up the place. It felt fulfilling when it all came together, and I felt like I normally do, just a little more. I did it for my house, then I did it for Mum's, friends, and neighbours, and before I even knew what was happening, I was trying to convince people to buy a house. My houses sold, and people took notice of how I put things together. I guess, if I were to be poetic, that's how I took after Mum. I took these houses, the remains of them, and dolled them up as best as I knew how, and made it look so nice that you'd never have known it was dead at all. For a long time, I thought that when people died, that was it. No ghost, no heaven or hell. It was a snap, and you were gone. Like a house. When the furnace gives out, when the walls rot away and spiderweb cracks consume every window, I thought the house was gone. I know now that is wrong. Despite working with Mum for many years, I never entertained the notion of ghosts. It wasn't until the house on Wilbur Street that changed for me. I won't go into too much detail, but that house was its own beast. And if it weren't for a strange but generous buyer, it might have been the end of my career. It was a weed, though. Something that sprouted in me. Unwelcome, but beautiful nonetheless. A world you might not have ever heard of. A world that probably, if not for what I'm telling you now, you would likely go your whole life without it. In the housing market, there exists a small but dedicated sect reserved for the enigmatic, influential, and even nefarious. The buying and selling of houses that have, in one way or another, been deemed haunted. Just like any realtor, I'll get my hands on a house. Sometimes I find the house myself. Sometimes it is offloaded by a larger realty company. Regardless, I'll go in and make the house look as nice as possible, just like I would with unafflicted houses before I discovered this morbid market. Except, Unlike an unafflicted home, I research and experiment. With enough searches, I can gather information on who perished within the house and the cause of death. I also need to be mindful of people who lived in the house but had relocated, as spirits can travel back to where their emotions were the strongest, like a magnet pulling in metal sand. After gathering the information, I conduct my small experiments. The severity and nature of the hauntings need to be distinguished and defined before I can even list the house. Something you might not know about most hauntings is how consistent they are. Sure, the activity will alter, but it will happen over and over. I've had houses you could set a stopwatch to. I use a marker to outline cups and dishes in order to check if they have been pushed. I take pictures of each room every hour on the hour, so I can meticulously comb through them. Something you may know about most hauntings is that they are typically boring. Rarely do you come across an outwardly aggressive home, and when you do, the type of people that buy those. It's not my place, but it is troubling to think about what they might want the home for. That's neither here nor there. Haunted homes sell to many people, though. You have eccentrics and ghost hunters who want a place for entertainment. There are people who practice the dark arts, though you can typically sniff out the wannabe types. There are even people who just really need a home and try to get a cheaper deal. And, depending on the haunting and its interest, sometimes they do. Call it a loss at some point, and lowering the price just below market value is how you got to do it. That's what this house was, I thought. Another suburban home I was going to take a hit on. I was wrong. Of course, that's how tales like these come to be. If I was right, if all I ever saw was a coffee mug move across the counter, then you'd never hear a peep from me. The house was on Carter Avenue. If you don't know which Carter Avenue out of the 100 that likely exist, then yes, you're not meant to. I got it for a bargain from my peers, because it was a house that nobody had high expectations for. There wasn't a history of violence or any mention of the occult. Just a younger couple that passed away in their sleep. A carbon monoxide leak. To me, though, the house was lovely. If not for a small string of reported activity, the house could have sold on its merit. Quiet neighborhood. Everything looked new and taken care of. It was a picture-perfect suburb. So, I hedged my bets and thought I would just make the house look like a proper home for anyone looking to buy. It took a while, an uncomfortable amount of time before I had gotten a bite. While I toiled away, looking through photos of the house's bedroom, my phone buzzed, and it was a buyer. A young couple, looking to buy their first home together. The woman on the phone beamed about starting a family of their own. So, we set a date to meet, and I plunged further into Carter Avenue. As bizarre as it is to say, I wanted to make sure the haunting was child-friendly. No loud noises or aggressive movements. The house was quiet, though. Sure, there were signs, but the haunting was so mellow, you'd almost never know it was there if you weren't looking. A slight push would move a cup from its outline. Pictures on the wall would go askew, and a penny was even pushed off the counter. It was all so... just enough. It was just enough activity for it to make the difference between haunted and natural occurrences. Maybe I should have had my wits about me in that regard. Though, I know, when I offer myself grace, there's no way I could have known it was anything other than the run of the mill. The day of showing plays in my head all the time now. I always go back to when I was staring down the hall. It was right before the couple was supposed to show up. I stopped at the top of the stairs and looked down the hallway. It led to all the bedrooms and had light bleeding in from each. The sun was gentle and warm. It created a vignette in the hall. At the end of the hall, there was a picture hanging above a small table, decorated with various books and small fern. The picture was a small oil painting, a stark mixture of black and white. Upon seeing it initially, you'd assume it was nonsense. A Rorschach test of sorts. If you took the time to soak it in, though, at least for me, I made out the picture. It almost looked like an animal, with a wide-open jaw, a howl of anguish. Once I made out the mouth, the rest followed suit. Maybe the face was meant to be beautiful, but it looked straight out of hell to me. It felt crooked. It, however, was a painting in the home that the haunting hadn't affected. To the naked eye, the painting was perfectly straight, lined right up with the surface of the table under it. But it felt crooked. I could feel the painting making one side of my head heavier, craning my neck as if trying to see it from a new angle. The hall itself felt as though it was stretching out, pulling the details of the painting further and further away from me. The once warm vignette igniting from the rooms, turning into static with the tunnel. So, it shouldn't come as a shock when I say I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the front door shut. My arms rushed to my chest as if guarding me from an incoming attack. Even without my hands actually on my skin, I could feel my heart smacking around inside. A few breaths in and out calmed me, and I gathered my senses. Quickly rushing down the stairs, I spotted the couple. Sandra and Owen Wellings. The door startled me, but I had informed them that, upon their arrival, they could come in, as the house wasn't exactly booked for tours. Bounding down the steps, I immediately started into the usual pleasantries. They looked as normal as can be. The woman had blonde hair just barely touching her shoulders. The man looked tired, almost like he had headed straight to the house from work. His brown hair haphazardly swooped to the side. I couldn't help but notice that he was sheepish, letting the woman take the lead and speaking up very little. Admittedly, this annoyed me. They were a couple, and while every dynamic is different, I found it odd he had so little interest in where he might be building a family. It happens, though, and swings both ways. Suppose it's nothing more than a pet peeve. but it didn't for me to pay more attention to the woman. So, with her trailing close behind me, I toured the lower floor. It felt almost like it used to, showing off regular homes. The activity in the house was so sparse that I'd rarely stop and talk about it. In the kitchen, I informed them it's best to leave cups and dishes a respectful distance from the edge. In the dining room, I informed them that sometimes they could hear a knock on the floor above. The knocking noise is not audible from anywhere else in the house, which is probably the most peculiar haunt in the home, but even that is harmless. She asked questions here and there, but it wasn't until we began to ascend the stairs that she started delving deeper. In the first bedroom, she asked who the previous occupants were. I told her it was a young couple, though I only knew their names. We sometimes find photos left behind by the previous occupants, but most times, especially with younger folk, the families affected will snatch up photos before I ever get my hands on the house. It might seem odd that I don't go too deep into the lives of those who are supposedly haunting the grounds. I did earlier on. I'd familiarized myself with their faces and histories, but I found that doing so would cause a confirmation bias. I would see faces where there might not have been one, or I'd pick up smells related to the previous death and assume it was paranormal, when it was just a clogged drain. The woman stalled for a moment, and rested her hand on the doorframe. I could only see her back. The sun beaming through the window wrapped a glow around her thin figure. "It's cold." I hardly heard the words she spoke. They were distant, like they were afraid to leave the room. She was right, though. It was cold, and noticeably so. The house was monitored for temperature variations, but nothing so severe. The skin on my arm pricked. I thought the cold had made me shiver, but after taking in the new chill, I realized my pocket was buzzing. I ignored it, realizing the man had drifted out of sight, though only barely. He stood in the hall, looking up at the same painting that had mesmerized me. "This would make a great nursery," the woman said, her voice louder this time, but still distant. I was watching the man, though, his arms sheepishly jostling from side to side, like he was fidgeting with something. A tension had built in my chest, partially from the cold gripping my lungs. Reaching into my pocket, I quickly retrieved the phone, intending to ignore the call as the vibrating was audible. "Oh, absolutely. It gets great sunlight in the morning," I replied, glancing at her as I spoke, glimpsing the same silhouette before returning to my phone's touchscreen. And just like the painting had before, the illuminated screen stole all my attention. It couldn't have been more than a minute, though. Despite how long it felt, the clock in the upper right corner didn't change. An incoming call, the sensation of the phone rattling in my hand, served as a warning bell, a siren of things to come. Incoming call. Sandra Wellings. The words couldn't have felt heavier in my hands, and her voice when I picked up couldn't have been any louder in my head. I listened to the woman on the other line apologizing, She was embarrassed. They had fallen asleep on the couch and had no alarm set. She was asking me if they could still come by or if I wanted to reschedule. A reply, no matter how desperate I was for it, did not leave from my lips. And as Sandra continued bidding for my attention, I could only look down the stretching hallway. In the deserted hallway, the only objects present were a small white plastic disc and 2 batteries lying nearby. Suddenly, I became horrendously aware of the figure that was in the doorway. I couldn't see her as I stared down the hall, but God, how I could feel her. Her presence felt so stifling, I thought I might fall through the floor. A soft whimper of denial weaseled its way out of my throat. I felt like I was being told a story. Or rather, it felt like a story I had always known, but that had been pushed deep down. Someone else's story. A story of death, much more sinister than the public knew. "This would be a great room for a nursery," the figure spoke, and as if those words manifested, I could feel strands of hair drip on the side of my face. She must have been as tall as she felt, hunched over with her head pressing against the ceiling. Dark strands, hanging like stalactites. She wanted me to look. I could feel it. Her gaze fixed on me and burned holes through my scalp. Closer and closer. I could feel her warm breath wafting on the side of my face. The smell was more noticeable though, or rather, the lack thereof. I could only watch the painting, the hallway once again tunneling as I pondered if it was safer to look or ignore her. Hauntings can get bad. Yes, this bad. I have experienced little myself, but this wasn't the first time. Though my heart still bumped like it was. When the retching began, the decision to focus on the hallway became the one I picked. A guttural and whining scrap lurched from the woman through. It sounded like someone was pulling marbles down from metal tubing. And after but a moment, something spilled from her mouth. I could hear small thuds smacking the floor, one after the other. Once again, the sound reminded me of marbles. And she was gone. I released the breath that had been held down as her weight lifted off of me, allowing my skin to loosen. Looking down, they were all splayed out at my feet. They must have rolled around quite a bit after hitting the floor. Or portraits drawn with AA batteries. A tale of heartbreak, scored by the chiding of a baby. A soft whine, much softer than the woman's. That room really does get so much sun. It had rested such a lovely glow on the crib inside. I could hear the baby crying from within it. I'm sure I could have heard it from anywhere in the house. It was so ethereal, something I couldn't escape. It echoed through the halls and bounced around the room as I took my first step into it. The batteries around my feet shuffled aside and rolled, clattering against one another. A game of electric billiards. The sound of the baby crying became less defined with each step I took towards it, its cries being pulled further through the veil. The white wooden slates of the crib ceased to be an obstacle, and I could peek over the edge. I didn't intend to step further. The bile was already churning. The sides of the crib acted like a dam for the wet and sticky mess inside. All that white was painted freshly red, a crimson that glistened in the sun. My legs gave out, and I crashed to the floor. Hardwood vibrated on impact. I felt my throat choke and scratch. Breathing came at awkward intervals. I was getting air, but never catching my breath. A burning rose on my chest, nails dragging. Looking down at my shirt, I could see long and dark lines running along my skin, like aged scratching marks. "I'm sorry." A whisper, cowardly and pensive. Looking up, he was lying on the floor. The boyfriend. The man. He was clawing at his chest, and his body writhed on the floor. The veins in his eyes crept towards the pupil like vines. His eyes rolled up, his gaze reaching far above my head. This mess of a man. He was watching her. So scared of her now. She was looming over me again. All her hate and grief sat like a ball in my neck. All her unbridled horror wrapped around me. And I felt it. I could feel the hot, stinging tears running down my cheek. All that horror, waking up in the middle of the night, feeling how weak your body is. She must have known. Or maybe she saw him taking them out. He probably told her he was replacing them. A depth of despair I could only understand when I looked into her eyes. Dying, knowing the life inside of you would follow. I thought, truly, that her face would be horrific. A mangled mess of bones and flesh, red and pulse. Horrific. Indeed she was. But there was no blood. Just tears. The streams disobeyed gravity. They twisted around her face and slipped around the curves of her nose. Her very own soul. A Rorschach. Pain will paint our lives. It can shape the way we see things. It can change the feeling of a room. It can haunt the memories you once held dear. And no matter how many times you try to paint over that pain, it's still there. And I felt it on my face that day, as a few of her tears relented, falling to mix with mine. I knew her more intimately than I knew myself. That is the real ghost, and I suppose it always will be. Pain. We locked eyes, and although I understood her, the fear did not subside. A part of me felt like if I moved, she would change. If I broke off the conversation, as it were, then I would see something worse. The pain was a mask, and I could feel that whatever was under it was a torrent. I still think about it. The man was there in all his horror, face beaten red and swollen, his throat ravaged with clawing marks as he gasped for air, feeling as though he was being suffocated, regretting the decision he had made, probably telling himself in his final moments that he could have just left. And he was right. Of course, he likely died thinking of himself, and that was a moment of solace for me. That in his last thoughts, he realized just how stupid he was. Even as I heard his body writhe around, putters of liquid spilling out of his mouth, even as he smacked the floor with what little strength he had left, begging for mercy, I watched her face. Long and black curtain-like strands of hair cutting off my peripheral, so all I could see was her. I stared into her face, dread growing closer. My eyes started to lose focus as she looked down at me. Her face appeared to stretch away from me like it was retreating down a hallway. She moved further and further, the guttural noise from before echoing around the column of hair she created. It got louder, growing as she shrank. Before too long, her face appeared like a two-dimensional object in the distance, just her misery, hanging solitary in a museum. At that distance, the noise was suffocating, a chirp layered on top of 1,000 other chirps, until I couldn't stand it anymore, and my eyelids slammed shut. The noise halted then. Quiet returned. My breathing was deep and ragged, and, after wrestling with the thought, I opened my eyes again, staring down the hallway. I felt the phone in my pocket buzz. Reaching into my pocket, I read Sandra was trying to get a hold of me again. Only 3 minutes had passed since her first call. Accepting the call, I heard her rambling. I only focused on what she was saying when she asked if I was showing other people around. My words came out before I thought of how to phrase them. I just asked, "You heard her too?" Sandra chimed that she did, but hung up when the baby started crying, as it was hurting her ears. She continued talking as I zoned out, hypnotized by the hallway once again. "This house isn't a fit for you." I cut her off, cold and direct. This house was no place to raise a baby. Someone will buy it, but I will not sell it. A damn shame, too. The light coming through the window at the end of the hall really livens up the place. For context, I am a middle-aged man who lives on the outskirts of Parbold, a small English village. My house is the only one on a long winding country road, but it does have a bus stop. From my bedroom window I can see it on the other side of the road. It's quite handy, really. I never miss the morning bus to work, and I know the schedule off by heart. That's why I was bewildered when I first noticed the 3:17 a.m. bus on Saturday, 14th of October. It woke me up, actually. I'm a light sleeper. I sat upright in my bed, twisted my body around, propped myself up on my knees, and gingerly inched the curtains open. The old lamppost on my road illuminated an ominous, full grey, non-branded, single-decker bus. There was no interior lighting. I couldn't see a driver or any passengers. Now, this was obviously bizarre. Buses don't show up at that time in the morning. Not in this country. Not in any town or city I know, anyway. Still, I assumed, as any person would, that times were changing. It seemed like a good idea. A bus for those who've missed the last train home after a night out, perhaps. That still didn't entirely make sense, because very few people use my bus stop. It's a 10-minute walk from here to anywhere. I checked the schedule. Nothing. There was a bus at 11:07 p.m. on Friday evening, and there shouldn't have been another one until 6:05 a.m. on Saturday morning. I watched the vehicle pull away and considered, perhaps, that it wasn't a public bus. Maybe it was a hired coach. That seemed like a reasonable explanation. I put it out of my mind and went back to sleep. However, it returned the next morning, and it continued to do so for weeks. Again, I checked the schedule. Still, no mention of a free 17 a.m. bus. I called the council, and they assured me that it wasn't a public bus. They said that I could contact the local authorities to report any suspicious activity. So, I rang the police. They didn't care. They passed me over to some civil department with a forgettable name, and that department passed me over to another department. Nobody was concerned. It became clear that each person I contacted just wanted me to tire of the whole thing and stop bothering them. I gave up on seeking help, but I didn't give up on my quest for an answer. I started making notes. The bus always arrived at exactly 3:17 a.m. It would linger for approximately 30 seconds. Nobody ever boarded or departed the vehicle. I took a picture of it and posted it on various forums. Nobody could identify the origin of the faceless grey bus, but one comment did stand out. I remember a user telling me that I should sell my house and move. They said that the bus was there for me. Most importantly, they said that I shouldn't, under any circumstances, board it. That seemed like a rather obvious piece of advice. I wasn't planning on boarding a sketchy, unlisted bus in the pitch-black hours of the morning. But everything changed on November 20th. The bus arrived on time, 3:17 a.m. I knelt on my bed and peeked at it through the curtain as it rounded the corner. Something was different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Once the vehicle had rolled to a complete stop, I heard it. Somebody on the bus was screaming. I froze. I didn't know what to do. Silence followed, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. I knew I'd heard that scream. I watched the bus and waited. 30 seconds passed. A lot of time passed. When I finally peeled my eyes from the road to check my phone, it was 3:29 a.m. The bus hadn't moved. The world outside was still eerily quiet. I reattached myself to reality and started dialing 999. The call kept failing, and then I saw that I had no signal. None. I usually had full signal at the house. I was freaking out, so I got up to turn on my bedroom light. Nothing. I flicked the switch back and forth. No power. The story was the same throughout the house. I was about to head to the fuse box, but I looked out of my living room window to see a blackened world. The lamppost was dead. Yeah, it had to be a power cut. That was when I finally understood, for my first time in 10 years of solitary living, that I was truly isolated. I had no neighbors, no friends, no family. I was all alone. The gravity of the situation dawned on me. I would have to leave the house. My self-preservation instinct was to stay indoors, but I couldn't ignore the disembodied scream that had echoed through the night. I knew it had come from the bus. I knew I couldn't live with myself if I were to just dismiss it. Armed with a winter coat and a wind-up torch, I bravely ventured into the night, locking my door behind me. I tentatively strolled down my front path, stopping at the gate to cast the torchlight onto the other side of the road. It revealed the grey, stationary, seemingly abandoned bus. There was no signs of life. Everything was so quiet. I swore to myself that I could hear my heartbeat in my eardrums. I swung the creaky gate open and began to cross the road, futilely attempting to steady my quaking knees. My torch wobbled in my shaky left hand, so I clasped my wrist with my right hand. I shone the light into the windows of the parked vehicle. There was definitely no driver, but it was an elevated coach, so I couldn't see whether there were any passengers. I walked around the front of the vehicle, summoning the courage to enter it. When I reached the other side of the bus, I stood still. I tried to control my breathing. I eyed the doors for what seemed an eternity, and then I felt my entire body clench. The doors opened. My torchlight still wasn't revealing a driver. I couldn't see or hear anyone. I thought, for a brief moment, of that internet stranger who told me not to board the bus. But I couldn't get the scream out of my head. My gut told me that somebody was in danger. I stepped onto the bus and started to climb the stairs. The doors closed. I held the torch before me, as if it were a weapon, and I gradually climbed the next set of stairs to the elevated passenger platform. I spent several seconds on each step, savoring what I felt could be my final moments on Earth. Then, I illuminated the passenger area before me. I half expected to see nothing. No. There was somebody on the bus. The young girl was sitting on the middle seat of the back row. Her head was in her palms. She was crying. I couldn't see her face. "Are you okay?" I asked, timidly. No answer. So I started to walk forwards. I didn't know whether there was anyone else on board, but I couldn't leave her. Once I was standing only a few yards in front of her, I knelt down in the aisle. "Are you okay?" I asked a second time. The girl's crying abruptly ceased, but she didn't lift her head from her hands.
"You shouldn't have boarded the bus,"
she replied. My torch died. I furiously wound the lever at the side, but it didn't spring back to life. The girl and I had been plunged into darkness. Then I heard the bus doors open. I slowly turned my head to face the front of the bus. I could hear the sound of low, guttural breathing. It was followed by clunking footsteps. Dim moonlight shone through the front window, but it was sufficient enough to display a hulking figure at the other end of the aisle. A black spectre with gangly limbs was moving towards us. He hunched forwards, and his elongated arms dragged along the tops of the seats. He was too tall and too wide to fit in the aisle. I turned to face the girl. She had lifted her head from her hands. I could barely see her. I could barely hear her.
"This is the last stop,"
she whispered.
"I was really hoping you wouldn't board. I wanted one more time."
Before I could even comprehend what was happening, I felt an icy limb coil itself around my ankle. It yanked, and I fell. My nose connected with the floor of the aisle, and I heard something crack. I thought that was it. I thought that was the end. But I looked up to see the demonic creature coil its other limb around the girl's neck. It hoisted her from her seat. She screamed as she was lifted towards the indistinguishable figure in the aisle. I couldn't really see what happened in the darkness, but I'll never forget the sound her body made when it was consumed by the black entity. It sounded like leaves crushing beneath walking boots. I had almost entirely lost my sense of reality at this point, but some vestige of survival instinct persisted in my fractured mind. I twisted onto my back and looked down at my ankle. I couldn't really see what I was doing in the dark. I just knew I had to act. So, with my free foot, I stamped on the creature's limb. I stamped as hard as humanly possible. The demon, which had been devouring the poor girl, unleashed an inhuman wail. It pierced my eardrums and shattered every window on the bus. The limb retracted from my ankle and returned to the shadowy being. I seized my opportunity, catapulting to my feet. I spun around and lunged for the now glassless back window of the bus. Clinging to the frame of the window for dear life, I took one last look at the dark entity that was hurtling towards me. Then I dropped to my feet on the road. I sprinted away from the bus. Adrenaline fueled me onwards. I didn't look back. I just kept running. At the speed I travelled, I think it only took me a few minutes to reach the warm and welcoming lights of civilization. I looked at my phone and cried when I saw that I had service. I booked a taxi. I wanted the farthest possible destination. I chose Manchester. Then I took the first train to London. For the past couple of weeks, I've been living in a hotel. I know I was a little late, but I finally took the advice of that online stranger. I moved away. I moved far away. I don't go outside at night anymore. And I definitely don't look out of the window after 3 a.m. A few months ago, my 5-year-old daughter was in a sassy mood and started breaking shit. After several of my sternest warnings, I sent her to her room for timeout. I heard her fuming in there. "I have to get rid of Daddy," she told one of her dolls. "But how?" And I smiled, thinking that was pretty cute, in a way. I knew we'd be snuggled up together in no time. But what she's been up to these last few days, not cute at all. I'm a single father, with my finances stretched to the breaking point. I don't have health insurance. I've been having to dress my wounds myself, and I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm starting to ooze with infection. Ever since school closed down in mid-March, I've been working from home while also watching my daughter. There's been nowhere else for her to go. I do my best as a parent. But have you ever tried to work out a line of complex esoteric code on a deadline, while a 5-year-old says, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, look, Daddy, look," over and over again, until you do look, only to see that she's dipped a Barbie doll, head first, in a mixture of purple sparkles and McDonald's pancake syrup, and smeared it all over the couch. There are two types of people in this world. Those, like me, who have experienced that, and those who sip on lemonade while writing articles about how excessive screen time is bad for children. At least, that's how I always used to think about it. I'll admit, I've been having second thoughts lately. That's all to say that, over the past several months, my daughter has been watching a shitload of YouTube videos. I'm not totally negligent though. I had all of the parental controls activated and all that. Plus, I'd take the child outside, to the park or whatever, whenever I could. But, sure, she watched a lot of videos. And I admit that I wasn't always on top of what she was watching. I don't feel the need to review every toy review, or hijinks video, or cartoon that she's clicked on. Sometimes I'd catch a snippet of something a little objectionable, and would tell her to watch something else. After huffing a bit about it, she would. But Kill Daddy is a different story. God, I wish she'd never watched that fucking video. It was a Friday, and I was having an unusually productive day. As soon as I realized how much work I'd gotten done, I knew something was off. I looked around the living room and saw that Kylie was nowhere in sight. I stood up and walked down the hall. Her bedroom door was closed, and it was awfully quiet in there, which meant, without a doubt, that she was doing something she wasn't supposed to. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. "Come on, kiddo. You know you're not supposed to lock the door." I reminded myself, probably for the 60th time, to replace that doorknob with one that didn't lock, in case I ever needed to get in there during an emergency. "Go away," said Kylie. I had visions of walls covered in pen scribbles, of headless dolls, of water overflowing from her bathroom sink. "Open the door, now." My daughter didn't dignify my command with so much as a scoff. "All right," I said. "I'm going to get the screwdriver, and if I have to use that screwdriver, you're going to be in big trouble." I waited a beat, hoping that the threat would be enough for her to open the door, but it wasn't. I sighed, got the screwdriver, and spent 10 minutes messing around with the knob, cursing quietly, before I finally got it unlocked. I threw the door open with a dramatic flourish, putting on my best angry dad face. My efforts were wasted. Kylie didn't even look up. She was sitting on her bed, watching a video. I felt foolish for a moment. That's all she was doing? Watching a video? But then, why'd she lock the door? I walked over and snatched my phone from her hands. There, on the screen, was somebody dressed up in a giant baby outfit, complete with diapers and a pacifier, stabbing another man with a massive knife, again and again and again. The act looked sickeningly real. A pool of blood was forming on the floor where the man, who was clearly already dead, lay. Every now and then, the screen would flash red, and on top of it all, in a growl so low that it took me a moment to realize what was being said. "Kill Daddy. Kill Daddy. Kill Daddy." "Give it back," said Kylie, in a flat, demanding tone. I've always tried not to swear in front of my daughter, but this was one of those times where it came out anyway. "What the fuck is this?" "Give it back." "You are not allowed to watch stuff like this. You know that." "Give it back now." "Not only am I not giving it back, but you are not going to watch any videos all weekend." I knew that meant that she'd be on my case all the time until the punishment was over. But, man, that video, it was still playing. "Kill Daddy. Kill Daddy." I slammed my finger on the power button and turned off the phone. "Meanwhile," I continued, "you are to stay in your room for 1 hour and think about what happens when you don't follow the rules." I started to walk out of the room. "Kill Daddy," she said. I slammed the door shut on my way out. I went straight to the fridge for a beer. I needed it to calm my nerves and settle my stomach. After I chugged an entire can down, I turned my phone back on, intending to report the video as inappropriate. But I saw that somebody had beaten me to the punch, and the video had already been removed. That wasn't enough. As far as I was concerned, I took a screenshot of the URL and started typing out an angry email. I didn't know who I was going to send it to. No actual humans at YouTube would ever look at it, and even if they did, I didn't know what else they could do, besides shut down the channel, which had already happened. The FBI? That sounded right to me. This was some FBI level shit. That man had looked dead for real. I was deep into the email, so I didn't hear Kylie open her door, and I didn't hear her creeping up behind me. The first I was aware of her presence was after she had jammed a pair of scissors into the back of my leg. I howled out in surprise at the sudden pain and turned my face to the assailant. The sight of my daughter standing there, glaring at me with a stone-cold face, made me feel several things at once. Shock, anger, horror, and betrayal. But those all melted together into something more tender when Kylie fell to her knees and started bawling. "I'm sorry, Daddy," she wailed. "I didn't want to. The video told me to. I'm sorry I watched it. I'm sorry I hurt you." I took the rest of the day off, and we went out for ice cream together. I'd never seen Kylie so upset, and I was no longer angry at her in the least. I was angry at whatever monster had made that video and uploaded it to YouTube. Kylie said she hadn't clicked on it or anything. It had come up on autoplay after a Peppa Pig video. By the end of the day, we were both exhausted, but I was feeling like things could go back to normal. Maybe I'd have to shell out for a couple of therapy sessions for her to hash out what she'd seen with a professional, or maybe not. At bedtime, she seemed more or less back to her old self. "Daddy, can I sleep with you tonight?" Even that wasn't unusual, since she asked to sleep with me every night, and while most of the time I made her go into her own room, which she invariably snuck out of in the middle of the night anyway, sometimes we'd do a sleepover. And if anything warranted a sleepover, it was that fucking video. "Sure thing, kiddo." I read to her from the most wholesome, gushy books we had until she fell asleep. I laid there for a long time, fuming about the video, working myself into a frenzy. I imagined finding the guy who'd made it and beating the shit out of him. Finally, I wore myself out and went to sleep around midnight. About an hour later, I was awakened as my daughter tore out a chunk of my neck with her teeth. Tried to kill me twice. Shame on you. Tried to kill me 3 times. By the next afternoon, I had once again convinced myself that things were back to normal. Kylie said that she had been having a nightmare and didn't even know that she'd attacked me until my screams woke her up. We spent the morning playing Legos and laughing. She was very affectionate and kept apologizing for attacking me twice. I told her not to worry about it. Just don't do it again. In the afternoon, I decided to get caught up on the work I'd missed the day before. I got into the groove, but also made sure that I checked up on Kylie more than usual. A few hours into my work, Kylie announced that she was hungry. "Pasta in the fridge," I said. "That okay?" "Yeah." I heard Kylie open the fridge, but she didn't close it right away. "Bottom shelf, I think, sweetie," I said, half turning my head. An instant later, a jar of pickles went hurtling past my nose with incredible speed and shattered against the wall, spraying pickle juice and shards of glass all over me. "Kill Daddy!" My daughter screamed, holding up a steak knife and running in my direction. That was when her attempts to kill me really began in earnest. I know I've been a little flippant while recording this, but that's just a coping mechanism, at least according to my ex-wife. The truth is that I'm scared shitless. I'm working with 9 fingers right now. Kylie hid the 10th one somewhere. The wound on my neck is starting to turn green. I've hardly had any time to think. I've been busy putting out fires, metaphorically, but also literal fires, set by my daughter in her effort to kill me. I've got her secured in her room, for now. The door is held fast by 4 padlocks that I found in the garage, plus 6 2x4s that I screwed across the jamb as extra security. She's not happy about it all, but I think she's finally run out of things to smash, and she's bound to lose her voice at some point. She's been yelling, "Kill Daddy, kill Daddy," for hours and hours. Maybe once her voice gives way, and it's finally quiet, I'll be able to figure out what to do. I haven't slept very much in the past few days, so my mind is a little slow, especially with those old painkillers I found sitting on top of it. Do I call 911 on my own daughter? Will they believe that a 5-year-old is capable of multiple premeditated murder attempts? What will they do to her if they do believe me? Am I better off calling a priest? Please, help. Someone we didn't know tried to pick Dylan up from school today, said his elementary teacher. The guy said he was Dylan's older brother. Dylan doesn't have a brother, I said, alarmed. We thought so too, replied the teacher. I suspected something wasn't right straight away. It was this tall, lanky guy with black hair. Looked in his late 30s, maybe even 40. He knew your address, Dylan's full name and birthday, and which class he was in. I went inside to check with the principal. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I was silent for a second, as I stood facing the teacher outside the school gate. The gate separated the main road and a large playground and basketball court, leading into the school. All the other kids and parents had left, and we were the only ones standing outside. Where's Dylan now? I asked. He's waiting for you in the principal's office, she said, gesturing for me to follow as she turned around. I walked across the playground behind her shakily, then through the corridors to the office. My 8-year-old son, Dylan, sat on the couch in the principal's office, still as a stone. The principal sat behind her desk, and there was a cop standing next to her. Hey, buddy, I said. You okay? Dylan looked at me blankly. My Dylan was always a quiet boy. It was just the 2 of us at home at the time. I was a single dad. My late wife, Angie, Dylan's mother, died a year prior. She'd been hit by a car while cycling around a sharp bend, and they never identified the driver. I won't go into any more detail here, as frankly I'd rather not relive that period. But safe to say, it destroyed me. I tried to pick up the pieces and stay strong for Dylan. Was I doing a good job? Only God knows. I received no feedback. Since then, Dylan became even more withdrawn, pretty much remaining silent until spoken to. He was seen by a child psychologist and various other members of the welfare team at school. But after assessment, they were sure he didn't have autism or the like. He could speak up when he was pressed. He was just shy and preferred to keep to himself. The cop confirmed I was Dylan's dad, then asked me a few questions. He finally told us they'd try and find the guy and to report if we ever saw him again. The principal and the teacher said a few things. It was all a blur. All I remember is sweating profusely with my knees shaking, trying to comprehend the fact that someone had tried to kidnap my son.
Dylan, you didn't know that man, did you?
Asked the principal. Dylan shook his head. I was on edge after that day. Dylan was my whole world, all the family I had left, and I couldn't stand the possibility that he could be in danger. It made me sick. Who was this bastard? Why my son? Did he know us? Or was it some random creep? I always walked Dylan to and from school thereafter, and was never late to pick him up again. Meanwhile, Dylan himself didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He never mentioned the incident unless specifically asked. At the time, I thought he was just timid and didn't want to cause trouble. A couple of weeks later, after the incident, the same homeroom teacher called me during her lunch break. She said one of the kids in her class saw Dylan talking to a man through the school fence. When she rushed out, the man was gone. When Dylan asked about it, he said he hadn't been talking to anyone. The girl who apparently spotted him was questioned further, and she was adamant she saw Dylan talking to a tall, lanky man with messy black hair. The cops were called again, did a quick search of the perimeter of the school, but they found no one suspicious. That afternoon, I sat Dylan down at the kitchen table. I won't get angry. I just need you to tell me the truth, I said, trying to steady my nerves. Did you or didn't you talk to a stranger today at school? Yes or no? He shrugged. Getting an answer out of him was harder than drawing blood from a stone. How many times have we told you not to talk to strangers? It's for your own safety. You do understand that, don't you, son? He nodded, looking slightly afraid. I realized I had raised my voice a little, and felt guilty immediately. Exasperated and running on 2 hours of sleep, I left him at the dining table and went straight to bed. That night, I woke at 2 a.m. and went for a bathroom trip. I decided to check on Dylan while I was at it. He wasn't in his room. I called out his name and looked around in the living room and kitchen, getting more frantic as the seconds ticked by. I checked wardrobes, corners, even in cupboards which made no sense to look in as he'd never fit in them. But I was desperate, thinking he'd been kidnapped. I went out into the street, yelling his name, as I ran up and down it like a maniac to no avail. As I came back into the house, ready to call the police, I looked in Dylan's room for one last check. He was sitting up on his bed, wide awake, and staring back at me. "Where were you?" I asked, relieved but still alarmed. "I was here," he replied. "No, you weren't. I was looking everywhere for you, and you weren't in here." "I was." Had I imagined all of that? I shook my head, feeling a migraine coming on. "Just stay in your room, okay? Don't scare me." I thought my eyes had deceived me somehow, and the paranoia was getting to me. Perhaps I should have paid attention to the fact that the window was wide open. About a year after those incidents, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I was inside doing some paperwork while Dylan was in his room playing Minecraft. I was on alert immediately. No one ever knocked on the door. We lived in a block of apartments, and friends or acquaintances would always wait outside the main door, ring the doorbell, and I would greet them downstairs. This meant it was likely an upstairs or downstairs neighbor who needed something. I had a few of their numbers from when we moved in, for contact should the need ever arise, but we weren't close at all. I wondered what could be the problem. I walked up to the door and looked outside the peephole. There was no one there. Odd, I thought. Perhaps I had heard something. Those random occurrences were commonplace now, and second-guessing myself was just in my nature at that point. As I walked back to my desk in the living room, I heard another knock. Something was up. I walked up to the door again. No one seen through the peephole. Was someone pranking us? I stood just behind the door and texted my upstairs neighbor, asking him if he'd knocked on the door. A few moments later, I heard footsteps upstairs that went in the direction of the door, and then hurriedly back into the apartment. I then received a text back about a minute later. "Do not open the door. There's a guy with a huge knife crouching, hiding right next to your door." My phone buzzed again. Another text from my upstairs neighbor. "Calling cops right now. Stay inside." I froze as all of the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. When I came to my senses, I tiptoed to Dylan's room. "Stay inside. Keep quiet," I whispered, my eyes bulging, beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. I had never felt my heart beat so fast. Dylan looked up and raised his eyebrows as I shut his door slowly and stood outside it, about to throw up and shit myself at the same time. We were so still that I could make out quiet but frantic talking upstairs, and more rushing footsteps. I read my upstairs neighbor's texts again, to make sure my eyes hadn't deceived me. I tiptoed to the kitchen and grabbed one of my own kitchen knives, then returned to the same spot outside Dylan's room, anticipating a crazed psycho busting down the door at any second. I chanted manic prayers for safety on repeat in my head. Not a sound came from inside his room. After what seemed like years, I heard sirens in the distance, and my heart rate started to slow a little. My grip on the knife handle loosened. Eventually, I heard some shouting, more footsteps, and banging that gradually faded in volume.
"This is the police,"
shouted a voice. I looked through the peephole to confirm that it was a cop, then opened the door, knife still in hand. They were very reassuring, and informed us that a tall, lanky man with black hair had just been apprehended and taken into police custody. He had knocked on my door and was waiting for someone inside to open it. He was indeed waiting, with a freshly sharpened knife. What was he going to do with it to the first person who opened that door, which was going to be me? Well, if it isn't obvious, then your guess is as good as mine. The guy's name was Gregory. He seemed to bounce around from place to place with no permanent address, even traveling between states, and doing petty crimes like theft, harassment, and occasionally stalking minors. When they did a more thorough search, it turns out he had been involved in at least one gruesome murder in a different state, and ended up being given a life sentence for it, along with his accomplices. I wouldn't have wished that terror upon anyone, but these unfortunate things happen. The side effects of the psychological damage I experienced that day have never left me. However, I know people who have been through similar horrors, but never lived to tell the tale. So I looked on the bright side, and counted myself lucky. Where there are sick freaks, there will be victims. The sicko was in jail, and I thought that was the end of it. But there was a different side to the story that I only uncovered 10 years after the incident. Dylan was due to leave for college, living away from home for the first time. He had grown into a tall kid with a surprising number of friends, still obedient, but relentlessly quiet. While packing his things and clearing out his room, I found a rugged-looking old notebook at the back of his bottom drawer. "Dylan's Diary," said the cover. I flicked through it with no intention to pry initially, and saw that he had written and drawn in it extensively, with impressively neat handwriting. He had always been a boy of few words, so I was intrigued. I began reading from the first page. Page 1. Cody's house, 11 a.m. He has to give me back my coat. There are a few stick figure drawings. Page 2. I need a book for English class next week. Ask if Amy has one. I turned the pages, and the first few were filled with the same mundane elementary school day-to-day affairs, mixed in with a few doodles. Then I got to page 21. Page 21. Why does my dad talk so much? He won't even let me get an Xbox, and he won't let me sleep over at Cody's house. Talking back is no use. I hate him. I felt a sting, and my heart sank. I remembered that day vividly, and a pang of guilt ran through me. I turned the page. Page 22. Saw Greg today. He says he can help me get rid of Dad. I said he was lying, but he says he's done it before. It was in the news. As my mind connected the dots, I flicked through the previous pages. This was the first mention of Greg I could find. I started to sweat, but continued reading. Page 23. Me and Greg are coming up with a plan. Need Dad gone. But I almost got caught talking to him today. Mrs. Watford, that stupid old mole rat, kept asking me. She took me to the principal's office again. I think Katie saw Greg and snitched. Need to be more careful. A few blank pages with a few in between filled with scribbles and admin-type notes to self. Then the narrative continued. Page 41. The word plan was underlined, with 2 drawings underneath. The first was of a stick figure kneeling by a door, holding what looked like a dagger. The stick figure was smiling. There was another stick figure behind the door, with its hand on the door handle, about to open the door. The second was of the first stick figure, stabbing the stick man who had just opened the door. His eyes now 2 crosses. Page 42. Greg came to my house and I showed him my plan. He said it was good, and he could do it. We almost got caught by Dad, but I got back in bed just in time. He's gonna get some tools from his house. Close one. Page 43. Greg screwed up. He's in jail now. Why did Dad not open the door when Greg knocked? Everything went wrong. I don't know why. Page 44. I wish my dad would just shut up. I flicked through the rest of the notebook, which was blank. Page 44 was the last entry. I read the entries a few times, and pondered what I should do. I never thought Dylan was capable of such heinous intentions. Confused and upset, I acted as if nothing had happened for a few days. But on the day he was due to leave for college, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I brought his duffel bag down and hooked it on his suitcase. He was ready to head to the station, standing outside the door with the suitcase and his backpack. Dylan, when you were younger, did I ever say or do anything that hurt you? You can be honest with me. No. Why do you ask? He replied. I held up the diary. He froze for a second, and I saw the color drain from his face. I won't blame you for anything. Don't worry. You know I love you very much, son. You were a minor, and you were a victim of a very sick man. Besides, this thing is years old. I just want to know what I did wrong at the time to lead to this, and we can put it behind us. His shocked expression faded, leaving his ever-present blank stare. You didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Mum. I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant by that, but stopped. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wide smile. Our eyes met, and we stood in silence for a few seconds. Dylan, if I were to find another one of these notebooks, I began tactfully, would I see the blueprint of my wife's murder inside? Yeah. He didn't even pause to answer. Then he gripped the handle of his suitcase and walked off down the street. That was 2 years ago now. I never forgave him. Every night, I still lie awake thinking whether he was born that way, or if it's somehow my fault. We haven't talked since he left that day, and he hasn't come back home. He's never tried to contact me, and I haven't likewise. It looks like he's doing well in college from his Facebook posts. He seems to have a lot of friends, so I assume he got his own place or stays with one of them. I wonder if any of them will ever find out who he really is. Wouldn't blame them if they never do. After all, I still don't know who my son is. And I raised him for 18 years.